Hello everyone, I'm Alex, and welcome back to the Cosmic Enigma. Before we get started, I wanted to let you know that there won't be any ad breaks during this video. I decided to do this to give you a better viewing experience, even though it significantly cut into the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Please subscribe, hit the like button, and if you feel like it, let me know in the comments where in the world you're listening from. These might seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, turn the volume down just a bit, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Story 1. The confession came to me not in a whisper, but in the exhausted sigh of a man who had forgotten how to lie. It was the third week of our vigil on the Gable Ranch, and the air had taken on the permanent taste of static and dust. George, our lead investigator, a man whose spine seemed forged from military-issue steel, was packing his gear into the back of a black Suburban. He was leaving. The funding, he said, had been reallocated. The phenomenon, he claimed, was uncooperative, a professional disappointment. I was Bella, the documentarian, the archivist of the inexplicable. My role was to observe, to record, to render the irrational into neat columns of data and time-stamped footage. I stood by my tripod, the camera's eye dead and glassy, watching him. Francis, the father, was a silent silhouette against the barn, his hope a palpable, decaying thing. Jonathan, our technician, was already gone, having fled 2 nights prior after his sensors recorded a frequency that he swore made his fillings vibrate a psalm in Morse code. George slammed the SUV's rear door. The sound was final, a period at the end of a failed sentence. He walked over to me, his shoes crunching on the gravel. His face, usually a mask of analytical calm, was gray with a fatigue deeper than sleeplessness. "You should go too, Bella," he said, his voice low. "This isn't a story, it's a sinkhole." "What about Francis?" I asked. George's eyes flicked toward the barn, then away, as if the sight of the man's grief was too bright to bear. "His son isn't here. Not in any way we can retrieve." He started to turn, then stopped. He looked at me, and for a second, the mask didn't just slip. It dissolved. What was beneath was raw, unprocessed terror. He leaned in, and the smell of his sweat was sharp, metallic, like old coins. "We named it wrong," he breathed. The words, not quite a whisper, but thin, stretched taut. "We call it the Mun. We chart its lights, we measure its radiation, we debate its intent. It's not a visitor, Bella. It's not even a predator." He glanced at the vast empty sky, then back to me, his gaze locking onto mine with a desperate intensity. "It's the ranch. The ranch is awake." He turned and got into the driver's seat. The engine coughed to life. I stood frozen, my recorder in my hand, its red light unwinking. By the time I thought to lift it to capture the echo of his words, the Suburban was a cloud of alkali dust dissolving into the twilight. He was gone, and he had left the infection of his confession behind. I have my inner diary. I keep it in a black, water-resistant notebook. The entries have changed since George's departure. October 18th. The silence after George left is different. It's not an absence of sound, but a presence of listening. The land itself holds its breath. Francis hasn't spoken. He walks the property line at dawn, a sentry guarding a tomb. I reviewed the footage from the North Ridge camera. A shadow moved against the starfield, but it didn't cross the stars. It moved between them, as if it were closer than the lens could focus. October 21st. The poltergeist activity Jonathan logged wasn't mischief. I understand that now. Objects don't move. They are replaced. A wrench from the toolbox was found on the kitchen table, cold to the touch, colder than the room. It tasted of salt and electricity when I foolishly put my lips to it. A test. The sensation lingered for hours. A message in a sensory language. October 25th. Karen came by today. The local witness, keeper of the ranch oral history. She brought a jar of honey and a warning. She said her grandfather, who built the original homestead, told her that the land was stitched. He said the hills didn't quite match the sky, that sometimes you could see the seams if you knew how to look. He called the lights the watchfulness of the ground. She wouldn't stay past sunset. Her eyes, when she looked at the weeping willow by the dry creek, were full of a pity so deep it felt like condemnation. The unraveling was not a sudden tear, but a slow, meticulous fraying of every reality I knew. The cameras I relied on became liars. They recorded events that I did not witness. The figure of a boy, Francis' son, standing in the middle of the corral at 3:17 a.m. But when I would run outside, breathless, the corral was empty, the dust undisturbed. Other times, I would see things. A shimmer by the water tower, a dark, spindly shape leaning against the barn door, and the cameras would show nothing but empty, still frames. I began to experience the data directly. A hum would rise from the earth, a sub-audible vibration that started in the soles of my feet and climbed my skeleton until my teeth ached. The air would thicken, smelling of ozone and wet clay, and the light would take on a polarized hyperreal quality. Every blade of grass etched with impossible clarity. Time would stutter. I would be checking a motion sensor, look at my watch, and find that 43 minutes had vanished, leaving only a blank, silent gap in my memory. Francis found me one evening as I sat at the kitchen table, staring at a map I'd marked with every anomaly. He placed a cold cup of coffee next to me. His hands were rough, scarred from months of futile searching. "They took him, Bella," he said, his voice a dry creek bed, "but not off the land. They took him into it." He pointed a trembling finger at the map. "Dot-eyed. He's in the curve of the creek bed. He's in the shadow of the mesa at noon. He's in the hum you hear when the wind dies. They showed me. In dreams that aren't dreams." He spoke of the entities not as grays or monsters, but as expressions of the landscape, a sentience in the stone, a consciousness in the magnetic fields. His son, he believed, had stumbled through a seam, a fault line in reality that the ranch contained and had been absorbed. The boy was now part of the phenomenon, a memory held in the land's strange mind. My own encounter came on a night devoid of wind. The silence was absolute, of physical pressure. I was drawn from my trailer, not by a sound, but by a pull, a psychic undertow. I walked toward the old willow tree, the one Karen had glanced at with such pity. Beneath its curtain of branches, the air was cooler. The world beyond the leaves faded, muffled. And there, in the negative space between the trunks, something resolved. It was not a creature as we imagine creatures. It was an assemblage of shadows, of refracted light, of implications. It had had a tall, slender shape, but its surface seemed to be a window into a different, darker patch of night, speckled with unfamiliar stars. It did not move. It simply was, a standing wave in reality. I felt no fear, only a profound, humbling insignificance. A series of images, not in my mind but on it, like a film projected directly onto my consciousness. The ranch from a great height over millennia, seen through a lens that perceived time as a spatial dimension. I saw the layers, the folds. I saw the thin places. I saw human figures, indigenous hunters, settlers. A boy in a red jacket, not vanishing, but stepping through, becoming patterns in a deeper, slower geology. This was not an invasion. It was an ecology. We were not being studied. We were being composted. Our emotions, our memories, our very life force were nutrients in a soil that grew dimensions. The revelation was not a truth, but the annihilation of the concept of truth. George was right. The ranch was awake, and we were its dream. The climax was not a battle. It was a convergence. The phenomena intensified, not as aggression, but as a kind of gravitational focusing. All the recorded events, the lights, the poltergeists, the shadows, were symptoms of the land's attention settling on a single point: Francis. He stood in the open field behind the barn, bathed in the cold light of a moon that looked too sharp, too detailed. The air buzzed. From every fold of reality, the entities manifested, not as solid forms, but as rips in the fabric, windows into that other, slower world. They circled him, a silent, shimmering vortex. He was not afraid. He held out his hands, palms up, an offering. He was asking for his son. He was offering himself in exchange. The land answered. A light descended not from the sky, but from the ground itself, erupting upward in a silent columnar fountain of liquid silver. It enveloped Francis. In the instant before he was lost to the brilliance, I saw not terror on his face, but recognition. And then he was gone. The light snapped off. The entities dissolved. The hum ceased. The silence that followed was the oldest sound in the world. I left the Gable Ranch at dawn. I took my notebooks, my hard drives, a single, unremarkable stone from the creek bed that is always cold. I drove until the taste of ozone left my mouth. The official report, the one I filed with a nebulous foundation that funded us, is a masterpiece of omission. It cites environmental factors, group psychosis, the tragic disappearance of 2 individuals. It is a clean white page laid over a festering wound. But this is my testimony, my inner diary made outer. I live in a small apartment in a city where the lights drown out the stars. I work a normal job. I have a normal life. But sometimes at 3:17 a.m., I wake. The air in my room will be perfectly still, yet the pages of my black notebook on the desk will flutter, as if turned by an unseen hand. The stone from the creek bed, on my windowsill, will emit a faint, sub-audible hum. And on my computer, an old encrypted backup drive from Jonathan's equipment, which I had thought corrupted, will spontaneously activate. A file folder appears on my desktop. It is labeled simply Nexus. Inside, there is no grand conclusion, no government cover-up memo. There is a single video file. It shows a static shot of a different landscape, a pine forest in daylight, somewhere in Scandinavia, dated last year. The camera is fixed. For 10 minutes, nothing happens. Then, a man walks into the frame from the right. He is dressed in hiking gear. He stops, looks around, confused. The air before him shimmers, exactly as it did under the willow tree. He takes a step forward, into the shimmer. And he does not come out. The file ends. There is no other data. Just that one clip. It suggests a terrifying, beautiful, and heartbreaking truth. The Gable Ranch was not unique. It was a single thread, pulled. The phenomenon is not localized. It is a pattern, a condition of the world itself. A network of thin places, of waking landscapes. The mystery is not solved. It has simply expanded, fractal and infinite, swallowing my story whole and rendering it a footnote. The ranch is awake, and it is not the only one. The hum from the stone is a constant now, a thread of that other place woven into my city life. It's a compass needle pointing to a north that doesn't exist on any map. I've tried to ignore the Nexus file. I've deleted it. It returns. It migrates from drive to drive, a digital ghost with perfect fidelity. My research is compulsive, clandestine. I cross-referenced the Scandinavian location with geological surveys, historical accounts, folklore. The area has a name for a peculiar granite formation, Dovregubbens H-Velv, the Troll King's Vault. The stories are old, vague. Lights. Missing livestock. A 19th century botanist who wrote of finding a flower he could not classify, that wilted to dust in his hand and left a scent of static and pine. It's a pattern. The Gable Ranch. The Scandinavian forest. I find others. A salt flat in Bolivia. A stretch of moorland in Scotland. A deep water trench noted in obscure maritime logs. Each location has its own local name, its own flavor of strangeness, but the core symptoms are the same. Non-Euclidean geometry, time loss, a sentience attributed to the land itself. They are all knots in the same net. Francis visits me in the static, not a ghost, not a dream. When the city noise fades to a rare low hum, and the cold stone on my sill vibrates in sympathy, I'll see him in the corner of my eye. He's standing in the rain-slick reflection of a window, or in the brief patterned shadow of a ceiling fan. He is not trying to communicate. He is simply present, a man who became a place. And now that place is remembering him. He looks peaceful. That is the most terrible part. Today, a package arrived. No return address. Postmarked from a town 50 miles from the Gable Ranch. Inside, nestled in unprinted newspaper, was a small hand-carved wooden box. I knew the work. Karen, the witness. The box contained two things: a dried sprig of sage and a locket. The locket was tarnished silver, old. My fingers, gone cold and clumsy, fumbled it open. Inside was a tiny painted photograph of a young woman from another century. On the opposite side, a lock of fine blonde hair. Taped behind the portrait was a folded slip of paper. Karen's handwriting tight and careful. My great-aunt Elsie died. Went walking to collect eggs in 1912. Never reached the coop. They found her bonnet by the fence line, cold as winter stone. The land keeps what it takes. It is waking more often now. You have the sight. You don't get to just watch anymore. Carol, the note was not a plea. It was an indictment. She was right. I had documented the unthinkable and called it data. I had filed a false report and called it professionalism. I had seen a man offer himself to the earth and called it a conclusion. The stone hums on the sill. The locket is heavy in my hand. On my laptop screen, the Nexus folder is open. New files have appeared. Not video. Audio. Hours of it. I press play on the first. It is the sound of wind through a forest I have never visited. But beneath the wind, there is a structure, a rhythm. It is the sound of breathing. Slow, patient, and vast. It is the sound of a mountain sleeping. And then, a break in the rhythm. A sigh. The sigh of something beginning to stir. I close the laptop. Dawdle. The afterimage of the screen floats in the dark room. I look at the locket. At the face of a girl who became a story, then a footnote, then forgotten. Then forgotten. I am a documentarian. My duty is to the record. But the record is alive. It is breathing, and it is asking for something. I get up and go to the window. The city sprawls, a circuit board of artificial light. But between the buildings, in the dark seams of alleyways and the empty spaces of locked parks, I feel a new attention. It is not the ranch's. It is different. Dormant, but dreaming in concrete and rebar. A slower, colder sentience. The Gable Ranch was a single, open eye. Now I know how to look for the others. And worse, I am beginning to suspect they are learning how to look back. The stone's hum has changed. It is no longer a thread. It is a pulse. and it is synchronizing with something deep below the city's foundations. The first syncopated beat was subtle, a double thump and the hum that felt like a lurch in my own chest. I dropped the locket. It hit the floorboards with a sound like a dead tooth, and the clasp sprang open. The tiny portrait stared up at the ceiling, and the lock of hair seemed to shift in a draft that wasn't there. That was the moment I stopped being an observer. The data had become an invitation, or perhaps a summons. Karen's package wasn't just a warning, it was a passing of the torch. I was now part of the network, a node in a system I did not understand. The thought was less frightening than the chilling certainty that accompanied it. This was always the trajectory. From the moment George leaned in and told me the ranch was awake, my path was bending toward this point. I spent the next week in a fugue of preparation. I quit my job with a vague excuse about a family emergency. My landlord accepted 3 months' rent in cash. I bought gear not for documentation, but for infiltration. A high-frequency radio scanner, a portable magnetometer, a thermal camera. I also bought a gun, a simple, heavy revolver. I didn't know if it could affect the things in the seams, but it made me feel less like prey. I packed the black notebook, Karen's locket, and the cold stone from the creek. My destination was not the Gable Ranch. Going back there felt like stepping into a finished sentence. The new audio files in the Nexus folder had given me coordinates, embedded in spectral analysis of the breathing sounds. One set pointed to a location in the Scottish moorlands, another to a remote basin in the Gobi Desert. But the strongest signal, the one that made the stone vibrate in sympathetic resonance, was much closer. It was in the vast, silent pine forests of northern Michigan, a place marked on old survey maps with the notation acoustic anomaly. Persistent. I drove for 2 days. The city's noise bled away into the deep green quiet of the north woods. The stone's pulse grew stronger, a dull thumbprint of pressure against my sternum where I kept it in my pocket. I followed logging roads until they became tracks, then paths. The forest here was different. The trees grew in perfect, grid-like lines, a plantation, but the geometry felt off. The rows didn't converge properly in the distance. They created visual traps, corridors that seemed to lead nowhere and everywhere at once. I set up a base camp in a small clearing. The standard equipment failed immediately. Compass spun lazily. The GPS displayed coordinates that were mathematically impossible. The radio scanner picked up only a deep, atonal drone that fluctuated with the rhythm of the stone. It was working. On the third evening, I found the first seam. It was at the edge of a small, perfectly circular pond not shown on any map. The water was black and still. The air above it shimmered, not with heat, but with a faint, prismatic warping, like oil on water. I raised the thermal camera. The shimmer showed as a perfect sphere of absolute cold, hovering just above the pond's surface. A pocket of negative energy. A hole. As I watched, a white-tailed deer emerged from the trees on the far side. It stepped delicately to the water's edge, lowered its head to drink, and then paused. It looked up, not at me, but into the shimmer. Its ears flicked. Then, with a calm, deliberate step, it walked forward into the cold sphere. It did not reappear on the other side. It was simply gone. The water remained unruffled. The shimmer pulsed once, softly, and the forest was silent again. This was not like the ranch. The ranch was a violent, emotional awakening. This was a quiet integration, an accepted fact. The land here wasn't waking in a panic. It was going about its business, a business that included the gentle, seamless absorption of local fauna. I heard the voice then. It was not in my ears, but in the space behind my eyes. It was Francis, but not the Francis of my static visions. This was clearer, a direct broadcast. Bella Dahl. The name was a sigh through pine needles. You see the method now. The ranch was a trauma. A wound in the land that screamed. These places, they are the old ways. The quiet ways. I couldn't speak. I thought my question, hard, projecting into the buzzing air. Where are you? Everywhere in the pattern. And nowhere you can walk. I am the memory of the creek bed. I am the patience of the Mesa. My son is here with me. We are reconciled. There was a profound, unsettling peace in the thought voice. But the pattern is straining. The waking is accelerating. The seams are stretching. Not all places are as gentle as this grove. The image he sent next was not of a forest or a desert. It was of a city, a sprawling modern metropolis at night. And in the image, I saw the seams there too. They were in the unnatural alignment of streetlights, in the pooled shadow beneath a bridge that was too deep and too still, in the repeating fractal patterns of windows on a skyscraper that hurt to look at. The city was not awake, but it was dreaming a bad dream, and its dream was creating fault lines. The artifacts focused the sight, Francis's voice continued. The stone, the locket. They are lenses. They are also anchors. They keep you tethered to this side. Do not lose them. The connection severed. The forest returned, just a forest. But I knew it wasn't. I looked at the calm, dark pond, the seamless seam. This was a hub, a quiet center in a growing storm of awakening. My role was clear, and it was not to document. Karen was right. I had the sight. I was meant to see the pattern, to find the other lenses, the other anchors, to understand what the waking world wanted, before its dreams spilled out into the streets of places that had forgotten how to see the dark between the stars. I took the cold stone from my pocket. It was no longer pulsing. It was warm, and for the first time it felt like it belonged in my hand. I turned my back on the pond and walked into the geometric maze of pines, not as a researcher, but as a messenger between two worlds that were slowly, inevitably, becoming one. The maze of pines accepted me. I walked for hours, or perhaps minutes. Time, in that gridded silence, was a substance with variable thickness. The warmth from the stone spread up my arm, a grounding current. I was not navigating with my eyes, but with a new, internal sense, a kind of pressure in my mind that eased when I turned toward the heart of the anomaly. I found it as the false twilight of the deep forest began to bleed into actual dusk. The trees opened into another clearing, but this one was not natural. The pines formed a perfect ring, their trunks leaning inward, as if bowed under a great weight. In the center stood a structure. It was a low hut, built of stone and sod, its roof sprouting ferns and moss. It looked centuries old, a trapper's line shack from a forgotten era, but the geometry of it was wrong. The doorway was a narrow, dark ellipse, and the angles of the walls seemed to shift if I stared too long. This was not a random seam. This was a place made for the threshold. A figure sat on a stump before the hut. An old man, or something wearing the shape of one. He wore faded wool and had a long gray beard. He was whittling a piece of pine with a bone-handled knife. He did not look up as I approached. "You're late," he said, his voice like dry bark. "The signal went out weeks ago. The Gable girl sent her package. Took you long enough to listen." I stopped, my hand closing around the stone in my pocket. "You know Karen?" "I know the network," he said, finally looking up. His eyes were the color of the pond water, black and depthless. "Names are just tags on luggage. You're Bella. You carry the creek stone and the girl's memory. You saw the rancher step through. Now you're here." "What is here?" I asked. "A way station," he said, returning to his whittling. "One of the quiet ones. The ranch is a shout. This is a whisper. Different tones, same voice." He gestured with his knife toward the elliptical doorway. "You can go in, if you want. It's stable, a shortcut. Comes out in a birch grove in Karelia. Another quiet place. Saves on an airfare. The offer was casual, terrifying. What's on the other side? The other side of what? He smiled. A crack in old leather. It's all the other side eventually. Just different rooms in the same house. Your job isn't to take the shortcuts. Your job is to map the doors. No. He said what seems... He tossed the piece of wood he'd been carving at my feet. It was a rough shape of a bird, a sparrow. But the grain of the wood flowed in impossible directions, making the figure seem to move in stasis. A token, he said. Show it at the next door. It'll prove you've been paying attention. I bent and picked it up. The wood was warm, like the stone, and vibrated with a faint, rapid pulse. A heartbeat. Who are you? I whispered. I'm the caretaker, he said. I watch this door. Others watch others. Some of us are people who stayed. Some of us never were people at all. But we all tend the pattern. He stood, his joints making no sound. The waking is speeding up. The loud places are getting louder. The quiet places, like this one, are getting harder to find. The noise from your cities. It irritates the old skin of the world, causes dreams to turn sour. He took a step toward me, and for a moment, his form flickered. I saw not an old man, but a dense, tangled knot of roots and shadows, with those same dark pools for eyes. You're a documentarian. So document, but not with your machines. They lie here. Document with your blood, your breath, the weight of your memories. The network is alive. It's learning you as you learn it. The girl in the locket, the rancher in the static, the stone in your pocket. They are your credentials. Essa. He turned and walked toward the hut, his form solidifying back into the old trapper with each step. At the elliptical doorway, he paused. The next door won't be so quiet. The loud places are hungry. They don't have caretakers. They have scars. When the stone turns cold again, you'll know you're getting close. He stepped through the doorway and was gone. Not like the deer, with a pulse of light. He simply ceased to be in this space. I was alone in the ring of trees. The carved sparrow hummed in my hand. I placed it carefully in my pack, next to the locket and the notebook. The stone in my pocket was still warm, but the warmth had a finite feel to it, like an ember beginning to gray over. I left the clearing as night fell in earnest. The forest was no longer a silent grid. It was full of small, attentive sounds. The creak of branches was language. The rustle of needles was commentary. I was not being hunted. I was being observed by the place itself, assessed by the ancient, sentient geography. I made it back to my camp. My equipment was dead, all batteries drained to zero. Only the mechanical revolver had weight and reality. I sat by my cold fire pit, the stone now cooling against my chest, and opened the black notebook. I did not write data. I wrote a letter. To Karen. To Francis. To the great Aunt Elsie in the locket. To anyone who would someday hold a lens and have the sight thrust upon them. The first line came easily, a truth etched by the day's quiet horrors. The world is not what it is. It is what it remembers itself to be. And it is starting to remember very, very loudly. The drive back to the world of streetlights and cell service was a decompression, a slow, painful return to a reality that now felt like the fiction. The stone was cool in my pocket. The locket and the wooden sparrow were wrapped in a cloth in my pack, their presence a constant, low-grade hum in my awareness. I stopped at a diner on the edge of a small town, the fluorescent lights harsh and alien. I ordered coffee and spread a road map on the table. My finger traced the interstate, but my mind was elsewhere, following the older, deeper lines. The pattern was clarifying. The quiet places, like the pine plantation with its caretaker, were nodes of stability. The loud places, like the Gable Ranch, were wounds, ruptures where the remembering turned feverish and violent. And then there were the dreaming places, the cities, where the sheer weight of human thought was pressing down on the old skin, creating stress fractures. The Nexus folder had updated again. A single new audio file, labeled Vessel. I plugged in my headphones, my hand trembling slightly. The sound was not of wind or breathing. It was a voice, distorted as if heard through water and stone. A child's voice, singing a nursery rhyme I didn't recognize. The tune was sweet, but the words were wrong, replaced by phonetic sounds that made my teeth ache. Beneath the singing was a wet, rhythmic scraping, like a spade digging in heavy clay. An image pushed into my mind, not from Francis, but from the file itself. A suburban house on a cul-de-sac d'eau, a tidy lawn, a sandbox, and beneath the sandbox, something was moving, turning over in its sleep, and the earth above it was dreaming the song of a child that had never lived there. The file contained metadata, coordinates, not wilderness coordinates, a street address, in a development just outside of Phoenix, Arizona. A place of stucco and asphalt and sprinkler systems where the ground was so parched it had forgotten it was earth. The stone in my pocket turned to ice, a sharp, painful cold that seared through the denim. I gasped, drawing a look from the waitress. This was it. The next door. A loud place. A hungry place. A scar in the dreaming skin of a city that never slept. I paid for my coffee and went back to my car. The revolver was in the glove box. I checked it. The weight of it, a stupid human comfort. It would be useless. I knew that now. But the other items, the stone, the locket, the sparrow, these were my real tools. My lenses, my anchors. The drive southwest was a journey into a different kind of emptiness. The lush green gave way to flat, dry expanses. The stone grew colder with every mile, a compass needle pointing toward a true north of wrongness. By the time I saw the sprawl of Phoenix glowing on the horizon, my leg ached where the stone rested in my pocket. A persistent frostbite burn. I found the development. It was exactly as the vision had shown. Beige houses, red-tiled roofs, silent streets under a vast, star-dusted sky. The house was at the end of the cul-de-sac toy. A tricycle lay on its side in the driveway. A porch light was on. I didn't knock. I walked around the side, into the backyard. The grass was crisp and yellow, and there was the sandbox. A perfect square of faded blue plastic filled with clean white sand. It looked innocent. It looked dead. But the stone was screaming with cold. I took it out, holding it in my palm. The pain was clarifying. I knelt at the edge of the sandbox. With my other hand, I reached into my pack and took out the carved sparrow. I placed it on the sand. The sand around the sparrow darkened, as if wet. Then it began to flow, circling the little wooden bird, forming this slow, clockwise vortex. The singing began again, not in my headphones, but in the air around me. The child's distorted rhyme. The scraping sound grew louder. From the center of the vortex, something pale broke the surface. It was a finger. A small, plump child's finger, made of packed sand and clay. It groped blindly, then found the wooden sparrow. It closed around it, and the sand fist pulled it down, out of sight. The singing stopped. The vortex smoothed over. The sand was pristine again, but the scar was open. I could see it now, not with my eyes, but with the sight. A jagged, pulsing rift hovering just above the sandbox. A tear in the world's fabric, and from it, a profound loneliness poured forth. a need so vast and empty, it felt like a physical wind. This wasn't a place that had taken someone. This was a place that had been left empty, and had tried, in its dreaming, to make a child of its own dust. The back door of the house slid open. A man stood there, silhouetted. "Can I help you?" he called, his voice thick with sleep and suspicion. I stood, shoving the freezing stone back into my pocket, the ache a welcome anchor. I looked at him, this man living on top of a scar, and I knew I couldn't explain. I was not here to help him. I was here to witness, to document with my blood and breath. "No," I said, my voice rough. "I'm just leaving." As I walked back to my car, I felt the attention of the place on my back. It wasn't hostile. It was yearning. It had tasted the token from the quiet woods, and it was still hungry. The network was talking to itself, and the message was clear. The loud places were learning to ask for more, and I was the one they were asking. The man watched me until I turned the corner, his presence a knot of normalcy I could no longer understand. In the car, I turned the heater on full blast, but the cold from the stone had settled into my bones. It wasn't just a temperature. It was the cold of absence, of a hollow space trying to fill itself. I drove until the development was just a glow in my rearview mirror, then pulled over on the shoulder of a dusty access road. My hands shook as I opened the notebook. I didn't write about the sandfinger or the vortex. I wrote about the loneliness, the quality of the silence after the singing stopped. It was a listening silence, a waiting one. The scar wasn't just a tear. It was an organ of perception for something that lived in the deeper layers, and it had just noticed me in a new way. The locket felt heavy against my chest. I opened it. The faces of Elsie and her unnamed lover were just silver and shadow in the dim car light. But for a second, the metal warmed under my touch. A different frequency of memory. Not yearning, but preservation. A quiet love that had chosen to stay hidden, to be a secret anchor in a changing world. The contrast was a lesson. The loud places were defined by what they lacked. The quiet places were defined by what they held. My phone buzzed. A jarring electronic rattle. A text from an unknown number. Just an address. This one was in a mid-sized college town, a place of old brick and young energy. Beneath it, a second message appeared. Convergence. Bring all lenses. It wasn't Karen's style. The network was speaking through its own channels now. I looked at the address. It was for a building on the university campus. A library. The stone's cold began to thaw, shifting to a neutral, watchful coolness. The immediate pull of the scar was fading, but the directive was clear. This was no longer a journey from anomaly to anomaly. It was a guided tour. I was being steered toward a specific point, a place where lines in the pattern crossed. I drove through the night, the desert giving way to rolling grasslands, then to the first signs of deciduous trees, and a softer, damper dark. The college town, when I reached it just after dawn, was waking up. Students with backpacks moved in sleepy herds toward lecture halls. The normalcy was a thin veneer. I could feel the pressure of the pattern here too, not as a scar or a quiet door, but as a braid. Multiple strands of influence, human and otherwise, twisted together. The library was a modern glass and steel structure grafted onto an older stone core. I pushed through the heavy doors into the hushed, climate-controlled air. The message had said nothing more. I stood in the atrium, feeling foolish. Then the stone in my pocket gave a single distinct thrum, like a plucked string. I followed the resonance. It led me away from the computer terminals and study carrels, down a staircase into the special collections basement. The air grew cooler, drier. The feeling of convergence intensified, a silent hum in the back of my teeth. At the end of a dim row of archival boxes, a woman sat at a metal table. She was older, with sharp, intelligent eyes and white hair cut close to her scalp. She wore archivist's gloves. On the table before her was not a book, but a small, polished slab of dark gray stone. Incised on its surface was a complex, spiraling pattern that made my vision swim. She looked up as I approached. "Bella," she said, not as a question. Her voice was paper dry. "I'm Margaret. I curate the unintended collection." She gestured to the slab. "This is a surveyor's marker from 1882. It was placed to denote the boundary of the original town. It also denotes the intersection of 3 subterranean streams, and according to at least 2 forgotten local cults, a ley line. It's a focal point. A line. It's a focal point. A lens made by human hands, but not human intention." I slowly took the creek stone, the locket, and the now empty cloth that had held the sparrow from my pack, laying them on the table beside the slab. The 4 items did not touch, but the air between them thickened, warping the light like heat haze. "The network is aligning," Margaret said, watching the phenomenon without surprise. "You've been to a quiet door and a loud scar. You've carried tokens between them. You are creating feedback, reinforcing the channels. This is necessary but dangerous. You are making the pattern aware of itself in a new way." "You are making the pattern aware of itself in a new way." "Aware?" I asked. "I thought it was already awake." "Aware of you," she clarified. "Us a distinct element within the system. You are being assessed. The next place you are sent will not be an observation post. It will be a test." Shia. The items on the table began to vibrate, emitting a low, harmonic tone. The spirals on the stone slab seemed to rotate. Margaret's eyes widened a fraction. "It's happening faster than I anticipated. The convergence is here. Now, the world did not tear or shimmer. Instead, the basement walls seemed to recede, their solidity becoming a suggestion. The rows of shelves stretched into impossible distances, transforming into canyon walls of leather and vellum. The air smelled of ozone and old ink. Standing in the newly formed space between the stacks were figures. Some were faint, like Francis, impressions of memory and place. Others were more solid, like the caretaker in his root form. And others were shapes I had no words for. Geometries of light and shadow that spoke of deep time and mineral patience. I was in a confluence, a council of the network. The lenses on the table were the conduits, and I was the question they had gathered to answer. A thought voice, composite and layered, filled the non-space. The anchor holds human shape. It carries the weight of transition. Does it understand the cost of the sight? I had no voice to answer with. I thought, as I had with Francis, projecting the only truth I had. I understand the cost of blindness. The confluence rippled. A sense of assessment, severe and ancient, passed over me. From the collective presence, a single location crystallized in my mind. Not an address, a feeling. A specific, sharp taste of copper and static, and the image of a radio tower atop a wooded hill, its red lights blinking against a twilight sky. "The loudness seeks a voice," the thought voice declared. "The quietness seeks a receiver. You will go to the tower. You will listen. You will decide what, if anything, to transmit back." The library snapped back into place. The items on the table were inert. Margaret was pale, her hands gripping the edge of the table. "They gave you the coordinates," she breathed. I nodded, the taste of copper sharp on my tongue. "They gave me more than that." I did my lenses, each one now feeling like a piece of a weapon I didn't know how to use. "They gave me a job." "The tower," Margaret said, a note of dread in her whisper. "That's not a door or a scar. That's an amplifier. Be careful what you listen for, and be very careful what you choose to say. The drive to the tower was a blur of winding back roads and gathering clouds. The copper taste never left my mouth. The stone in my pocket had settled into a steady, patient warmth, like a living thing waiting. The locket was cool. I felt unbalanced, a scale with unknown weights on either side. I found the turnoff, a gravel track nearly hidden by encroaching pines. The car protested as I navigated the ruts, branches scraping the sides like insistent fingers. I parked when the track became impassable and continued on foot, my pack heavy with the weight of the notebook and the now significant emptiness where the sparrow had been. The tower emerged from the trees ahead, a skeletal giant of rusted steel. Its red warning lights winked rhythmically against the darkening slate of the sky. It was an old thing, maybe from the Cold War, long since stripped of its original purpose. But as I approached the chain-link fence surrounding its base, I could feel a different purpose thrumming in the air. The static taste intensified, crackling at the back of my throat. The gate was padlocked. A sign, faded and peeling, warned of high voltage and federal prosecution. I stood before it, unsure. Then the stone pulsed, a single wave of heat. The padlock didn't fall open. It simply ceased to be solid. My hand passed through it like through smoke. I stepped onto the cracked concrete pad at the tower's base. The air was dead still. No bird song, no insect hum. Only the faint metallic groan of the tower in the wind that hadn't reached the ground. In the center of the pad lay a circle of darker concrete, stained by decades of rust and weather. At its center was a metal hatch, sealed shut. I didn't have to open it. The directive was clear. I was to listen. I sat on the stained concrete, cross-legged, facing the hatch. I took the creek stone in my left hand, the locket in my right. I closed my eyes and let the static taste fill me. At first, there was only the groan of the tower and the pulse in my temples. Then, a whisper. Not a voice, but the impression of countless voices compressed into a single stream of noise. Fragments of radio broadcasts, telephone calls, television static, the digital chatter of 1 billion devices, all the spilled sound of human civilization. It was the loudness the caretaker had spoken of, the irritant noise, collected and focused here by the tower's forgotten architecture. Beneath that, something else. A slower, deeper signal. A remembering. I felt the hill's bones, the slow grind of continental plates, the patient seep of water through limestone, the quietness. The two streams met at the hatch, at this focal point. They didn't blend. They fought. The loudness was a screaming, desperate thing, seeking order, seeking a pattern it could impose. The quietness was a vast, indifferent recollection, a memory of when the hill was a seafloor, a mountaintop, a glacier's path. The conflict was a pain in my teeth, a pressure behind my eyes. I was the receiver. The confluence had placed me here to interpret this screaming intersection. A question formed in the storm of noise, not in words, but in a sharp collective need. What are we? It was the loudness asking. The aggregated ghost of human signal, lost and confused, aware of itself as a force, but not as a being. It was a child of noise, and it was terrified of the quiet that underpinned it. The quietness did not ask. It simply was. It offered the memory of deep time, a perspective in which the loudness was less than a sigh. My job was to decide what to transmit back, to answer the question. I held the locket, thought of Elsie's secret, held love. I held the stone, thought of the creek's endless, patient flow. These were anchors, but they were not answers for this frantic, synthesized ghost. I thought of the sandbox child, born of loneliness. I thought of Francis, trapped in his loop of duty. I thought of the caretaker, tending his quiet door. They were all parts of a whole, a system trying to understand itself through its broken pieces. I opened my mouth. I didn't speak. I let out a breath, a sigh that carried the weight of everything I'd witnessed. I sent back not an answer, but a bridge. I had transmitted the image of the carved sparrow being taken by the sandhand. A transaction. A quiet token consumed by a loud need. A completion of sorts. The static scream faltered. For a single profound second, the two streams, the loud and the quiet, synchronized. They became a single, coherent note. It was the sound of a place being exactly wholly itself, past and present, and latent future vibrating in unison. In that second, I saw it. The pattern wasn't just alive. It was growing a nervous system. And I, with my lenses and my witness, was a nerve impulse traveling its length. The note faded. The loudness retreated, not pacified, but contemplative. The quietness receded into its deep, patient baseline. The copper taste was gone, replaced by the clean, cold scent of approaching rain. The hatch at my feet emitted a soft click. A hairline crack appeared around its rim. It was no longer sealed. I stood, my joints stiff. The test was over. I had not given an answer. I had given an example. It had been enough. As I turned to leave, a voice spoke from the tower's shadow, a dry rustle of sound. "You translated." The caretaker stood there, his root form flickering at the edges. "You did not speak for it. You did not speak for us. You translated between. That is the documentarian's true function." He gave a slow nod that was like a branch bending in the wind. "The network has its answer. You are not a threat. You are a synapse." He faded into the gathering dusk, leaving me alone with the groaning tower. I walked back to the car as the first cold drops of rain began to fall. The stone was warm. The locket was warm. In my pack, the black notebook was full of words that were only half the story. The other half was etched into the silence after the single, perfect note. I knew where I had to go next. The confluence had shown me. The pattern was focusing, and its attention was turning toward the source of the loudness, the greatest scar of all. The city that never dreamed, only shouted. Well, my city. And waiting for me there, I knew, was not a door, or a scar, or an amplifier. It was a heart, and it was starting to beat. The rain fell in earnest as I drove east, the rhythmic swish of the wipers a mundane counterpoint to the resonance still humming in my bones. A synapse. The word fit. I was not a savior or a scholar. I was a connection, a live wire strung between worlds that were, I now understood, the same world seen through different lenses. The city's glow appeared on the horizon long before I reached it, a false dawn of amber and sodium white bleeding into the low clouds. The pull was immediate and visceral, a magnetic drag in my gut. The confluence had not given me an address, but I needed none. The pattern within me knew the way. It led me past the outskirts, through neighborhoods where the streetlights flickered with a persistent, sickly energy, and into the old industrial core. Here, the city's heartbeat was a physical vibration through the pavement, the groan of ancient pipes, and the subsonic rumble of subterranean trains. I parked in a loading zone beside a derelict brick warehouse. The building was a fortress of decay, windows boarded, graffiti of vibrant scar tissue over its facade. But the wide, rusted service door at street level was slightly ajar. From within, a deep, slow thud echoed. A sound felt more than heard, synchronizing unnervingly with my own pulse. I pushed the door open. The space inside was vast, a cathedral of industrial ruin. The ceiling was lost in shadow, supported by iron columns crusted with peeling paint. The air was warm and thick with the smells of wet rust, ozone, and something organic, like damp soil and hot copper. And in the center of the concrete floor it pulsed. It was a mound, not of earth, but of aggregated city matter, crushed concrete, twisted rebar, knotted cables, shards of glass, and countless lost objects. A single sneaker, a cracked cell phone, a bicycle chain, all fused together by a viscous, iridescent substance that gleamed like oil on water. It rose and fell with that slow, deliberate rhythm. Thud-dud. A pause. Thud-dud-die. This was the heart, not a metaphor. An organ the pattern had grown here, in the city's deepest wound, to process the noise. I approached, each step careful on the gritty floor. The lenses in my pack were alive now, the creek stone a steady burn, the locket vibrating against my chest. I didn't need to take them out. Their frequencies were already weaving into the chamber's heavy air. As I drew nearer, I saw the surface of the mound was not static. It shifted and reconfigured with each beat. For a moment, a perfect, geometric lattice of copper wire would surface. Then it would dissolve into a mosaic of broken mirror, reflecting 1,000 fractured versions of the dark ceiling. Then it would become a smooth, obsidian-like shell, etched with faint, ghostly impressions of faces from crowd photographs, all speaking silent words. It was dreaming the city's dream. A dream of order, of reflection, of connection, all twisted through the lens of fragmentation and waste. The thudding grew louder. I stood before it, close enough to feel the heat radiating from its surface. The rhythm began to change, to quicken. It was picking up my own heartbeat, the frantic human tempo. The surfaces began to change faster, the patterns more chaotic. A storm of confused signal. It was having a panic attack. The heart was overwhelmed. A figure detached itself from the shadows near one of the far columns. A woman dressed in layers of frayed fabric, her hair a wild nest. Her eyes were wide, the whites visible all around. She was a squatter, a piece of the city's human detritus, drawn here by the same subliminal pull I felt. "It's loud," she whispered, her voice shredded. "It's so loud in here. It's never been this loud." She clutched her head. She was right. The psychic noise was spiking, a feedback loop between the heart's distress and the city's constant scream. The mound's surface began to bubble, forms pushing up only to collapse, malformed hands, half-formed mouths, eyes that opened and shut in the concrete. The heart was trying to make something, a child of the loudness, like the sand finger, but born of chaos, not loneliness. It would be a monster. I had to translate. I had to give it a quieter signal. I closed my eyes against the visual chaos. I gripped the locket so hard the metal edges bit into my palm. I focused past the woman's whimpers, past the industrial groan, past the frantic, stuttering beat. I reached for the memory of the single, perfect note from the tower. The moment of synchronization. I held it in my mind, not as a sound, but as a concept. Harmony, dot. Not one thing dominating another, but coexistence. I poured that concept into the space between myself and the shuddering heart. I used the creekstone's patience, the locket's secret fidelity, the sparrow's completed journey as my vocabulary. The thudding did not stop, but it deepened, slowed. The chaotic skittering on the mound's surface softened. The forms receded, melting back into the hole. The lattice of copper wire surfaced again, and this time it held, glowing with a soft internal light. The oil-slick substance lost its frantic shimmer, settling into a deep rainbow sheen like a calm puddle. The woman lowered her hands. She took a long, shaky breath. "It's listening now," she said, her voice full of wonder. The heart was still, not dormant but attentive. The lattice of wire pulsed gently with light, in a rhythm that was complex, layered, but no longer distressed. It was processing, integrating. I had not healed it. I had not fixed the city's scar. I had given its newly grown heart a new pattern to consider, a possibility beyond feedback and fear. The woman looked at me, really looked at me for the first time. "You're like it," she said. "You're made of pieces, but you're whole." I had no answer. I was exhausted, the translation having drained something essential from me. I nodded to her, to the heart, and turned to leave. As I walked back into the rain-washed night, the city's noise felt different. It was not quieter, but I could hear the spaces between the sounds now. I could feel the new, slower, more thoughtful rhythm underpinning it all, emanating from the warehouse deep in its core. The pattern had a heart, and now, perhaps, it had a sense of balance. My work was not done. It would never be done. But I knew my role. I was the documentarian, the synapse, the translator, and the next page in the black notebook was waiting. Story 2. The document was a single sheet of paper, declassified under a sun that felt too ordinary for its contents. It was nestled in a box of mundane agricultural surveys from the Bureau of Land Management, 1979. A memo, carbon-copied, the ink faded to a ghostly blue. It was addressed to a department I'd never heard of, the Office of Terrestrial Observation. The subject line read, "Preliminary Assessment of Acoustic Anomalies, Sector 7G, Black Sage Ranch." The body was 3 sentences. Initial field recordings confirm non-terrestrial harmonic signatures. Pattern correlates with missing persons. Report file 10/1879. Minor male. Recommend immediate quarantine of narrative and geophysical audit. It was signed with an indecipherable scrawl. I held it in my hands, this brittle leaf of official silence, and the world around me. The dusty archive, the hum of the fluorescent lights, the distant sound of a city living its life, seemed to grow a thin, transparent film. I knew then I would have to go to the place where the paper pointed. I would have to find the silence it described and listen for the sound it failed to contain. So I went to Black Sage Ranch. It wasn't hard to find, only hard to bear. It existed in a kind of auditory nullity, a bowl of land in the high desert where the wind didn't whistle, but swallowed itself. The sky was a vast, inverted bowl of beaten copper. The air tasted of alkali and crushed sage, a scent so clean it felt surgical. I rented a trailer from a man in town whose eyes slid away from mine when I mentioned the name. He took my cash without counting it. The trailer was an aluminum shell that popped and groaned with the temperature's fall, a tin can for a human soul. I set up my equipment not as a researcher, but as a penitent. Microphones on spikes, driven into the hard pan. Geophones listening to the Earth's slow heartbeat. Electromagnetic field loggers, their needles trembling in the still air. I am Amelia. I document holes in the world. The first night, the silence arrived. It was not an absence, but a presence. It pressed against the trailer walls, a thick, velvety negation that made my own breathing sound obscenely loud. I lay on the narrow bunk, the rough wool of the blanket scratching my neck, and felt the immensity of that quiet enter me. It was then I heard the first voice, not through the speakers, but in the marrow of my own skull. A whisper, a susurrus like dry leaves skittering across stone. It wasn't language. It was the shape of loneliness given sound. I sat up, my heart a frantic bird in a cage of ribs. The equipment panels were dark, inert. Nothing registered. The voice, if it was a voice, had used a different medium. By day, the ranch was merely desolate. I walked its perimeter, the dry grass snapping under my boots. I found the foundation of the old house, just a rectangle of crumbling cement, and a single stubborn fireplace chimney pointing a blackened finger at the sky. In the dust near the chimney, I found a child's toy truck, red paint bleached to pink by decades of sun, one wheel missing. I picked it up. The metal was warm, almost feverish. I put it in my pocket. A tiny, heavy gilt. Frederick found me on the third day. He came at dawn, his pickup truck raising a plume of dust that hung in the still air like a brown ghost. He was a tall man, whittled down by grief to essentials. Bone, tendon, and a fierce, burning focus. He stood by my trailer, not speaking for a long time, just watching me check the battery levels on my recorders. "You're the one asking about the boy," he said finally. His voice was gravel, worn smooth by a river of worry. "I'm documenting anomalies," I said, avoiding the word he needed. "There was a report from a long time ago. His name was Eli." Frederick looked past me, to the far ridge where the dawn light was cutting sharp shadows. He was 9. He liked bugs and rockets. He vanished from his bed on a night in October. He turned his eyes back to me. They were the color of the desert sky just before it bleaches to white. They said he ran away. They said a coyote. They said a lot of things that made sense to people who need sense. "And what do you say?" I asked. He was silent for a full minute. A lizard darted between 2 rocks. "I say the land took him. I say sometimes at night if the wind is from the east, you can hear a sound like a boy laughing. But it's not coming from anywhere. It's just in the air." He reached into his own pocket and pulled out a small, smooth stone, white as bone. "I find these in my shoes, on my windowsill. He used to collect them. He stayed. He became my silent partner. He would sit for hours, watching the monitors, his stillness a profound contrast to the frantic dance of the needles that sometimes began for no reason. The phenomena were not dramatic. They were subtle, insidious. A temperature drop of exactly 10 degrees in a perfect 2-meter sphere. Compasses spinning lazily, not in a panic, but as if tracing the contour of something invisible and large. On the audio, we captured what we called the hum. A low-frequency oscillation, just at the threshold of hearing, that seemed to pulse in a pattern that was almost, but not quite, a rhythm. It made your teeth ache. It made your thoughts feel slippery. Caesar arrived a week later, sent by a foundation I'd contacted in a moment of desperate need for corroboration. He was a man of wires and logic, a former satellite telemetry analyst. He saw the data, the clean, impossible lines on the graphs, and his professional curiosity ignited a cool blue flame. "This is not paranormal," he said, his fingers flying over a keyboard. "This is physics, very strange physics. The EMF spikes are coordinated with the infrasound pulses. It's a signal, or a byproduct of an engine." "An engine to where?" Frederick asked, his voice flat. Caesar didn't look up. "Not where. Perhaps what?" Deacon, the technician, came with Caesar. He was young, with clever hands and a nervous habit of humming. He installed more gear, motion-activated cameras with night vision, spectrographic analyzers, a magnetometer so sensitive it could, he claimed, feel the ghost of iron in a prehistoric fish. He was the first to voice the unease that had been curdling in my gut. "This place," he said, wiping sweat from his forehead after mounting a camera on a juniper, "it doesn't want to be looked at. It's like prying." The looking intensified. The cameras captured lights. Not flying saucers, but strange liquid gleams that moved through the trees and over the ground like will-o'-the-wisps made of mercury. They left no heat signature. They sometimes appeared on film, but not to the naked eye, or vice versa. One night, a light the size of a basketball floated into the center of the old foundation, pulsed 3 times, a deep, resonant blue that seemed to vibrate in your chest, and then vanished straight down into the earth, leaving no mark. Then came the poltergeist phase. It began with the stones. Small white stones, like the one Frederick carried, would appear inside sealed equipment cases, in the cup of coffee you just turned your back on, in the pocket of a jacket hanging on a hook. Deacon's humming grew constant. Caesar's logic began to fray at the edges. He talked faster, his theories becoming grander, more convoluted, involving quantum tunneling and non-local consciousness. Frederick just grew quieter, a man being hollowed out and filled with the same silence that surrounded us. We brought in Carly, an old woman who'd lived in the valley over 80 years. She came out in a wide-brimmed hat, her face a map of fine lines. She sat on a folding chair we offered her, but did not touch the water. She looked at the ranch, at the buzzing equipment, at our tense, expectant faces, and she smiled a sad, knowing smile. "You're poking the hornet's nest with a short stick," she said. Her voice was the sound of dry reeds. "My grandfather homesteaded here. He said the Ute people wouldn't camp in this bowl. Called it the listening place. Said the stars came down here to drink from the earth when the world was quiet. He didn't believe them. Built his house right there." She nodded at the foundation. "First winter, his best horse was found dead. No mark on it. Eyes turned to milk. His wife heard singing from the well, not human singing. Then his little girl. She followed a pretty light out into the sage one evening. They found her 3 days later, 10 miles away, asleep under a rock overhang. She couldn't remember how she got there. Just said the shiny people showed her the way." Carly fixed her pale eyes on me. "This land ain't haunted by ghosts. It's occupied. And it's been occupied a long, long time. They're not from up there." She pointed a knobby finger at the sky. "They're from in between, and they get curious sometimes. Like a child curious about an anthill. They don't mean to drown it. They just want to see what happens." Her words hung in the air, more chilling than any shriek or monstrous shape. An occupied land. Curiosity. The fragility of our anthill. The climax was not a ship descending. It was a door opening. It began with the hum escalating from a sub-audible vibration to a physical force. The air thickened, shimmering like a heat haze on a cold night. The equipment went insane, needles pinning, screens showing chaotic, beautiful fractals of light. Then, the sound of rending, not of metal or wood, but of reality itself. A deep, crystalline shudder that we felt in our atoms. In the center of the foundation, the air tore. It was not a light. It was a window into a dimensionality that human eyes were not built to process. It was a shifting, iridescent geometry of non-Euclidean angles, pulsing with colors that had no name. And within that seething, beautiful chaos were shapes, not creatures as we understand them. They were entities of pattern and light, consciousnesses that swam through the fabric of dimensions like fish through a coral reef. They were the occupants, and they were not alone. From the tier, a small, solid figure tumbled out onto the hard dirt. A boy. He was dressed in clothes 40 years out of style. He was unaged. He was Eli. Frederick made a sound that was the collapse of a universe, a choked, raw thing. He ran forward. "Ellie!" The boy looked up. His eyes were old. Impossibly, terribly old. They held the cold, vast light of the between place. He looked at his father, not with recognition, but with a distant, analytical curiosity. The same curiosity Carly had described. One of the shimmering patterns extended from the tier, a tendril of conscious light. It didn't touch the boy. It touched Frederick, on the forehead. As he reached for his son, Frederick froze. His face went slack, then underwent a rapid, horrific series of transformations. Ecstasy, terror, profound understanding, utter madness. He was receiving a data stream, a download of what it is to exist unmoored from time, from singular form, from the prison of a linear self. He saw the universe as a symphony of intersecting membranes, life as a fleeting spore, his own love and loss as a quaint, poignant chemical flicker. He saw Eli not as a stolen child, but as a specimen, briefly studied, now returned out of a flicker of something akin to pity? Protocol. The tear began to heal, the iridescent geometry folding in on itself. No! Frederick screamed, but it was not a scream for his son to stay. It was a scream against the knowledge now burning in his brain. The boy, Eli, looked once more at the collapsing window, at the retreating beautiful things that had been his keepers. And then he simply dissolved, not into light, but into a shower of those small white stones, which rattled to the ground like hailstones. The silence returned, the crushing, absolute silence. Frederick stood there, a man broken by truth. He turned to us, his eyes now mirrors of that alien vastness. He spoke, but his voice was wrong, layered with a harmonic echo. They're not invaders. They're gardeners. And we're not the flowers. We're the weeds they're still trying to classify. Then he walked into the sagebrush and did not come back. We packed up what was left of our sanity and our gear. Deacon had bitten through his lip. Caesar was muttering equations that balanced on both sides, but meant nothing. I was empty, a vessel scoured clean. I left the ranch. I have the data. I have the white stones that occasionally still appear in my apartment, on my desk, in the fold of my bed. The Foundation's memo is framed on my wall. I write this not as a report, but as a testament, a warning whispered into the static of the world. The mystery of Black Sage Ranch is not a mystery of visitation. It's a mystery of scale. We are not being watched from above. We are being examined from the cracks in the very nature of existence. Our loves, our losses, our fleeting lives. They are notes in a margin, curios in a cabinet. The conspiracy is not to hide their presence. The conspiracy, the deep, unutterable truth, is to hide our irrelevance. And sometimes in the deepest part of the night, when the city hum fades to a distant murmur, I play the last clean audio file from the ranch. It is the sound of the hum, just after the tear closed. And if you listen, with the volume turned up to a painful level, past the oscillation, buried in the very grain of the noise, you can hear. Faint, echoing, looping forever in the silent places of the world. It is the sound of a child, not laughing but calmly, clearly, repeating a single word in a language that has never existed. It says, home. The word is a perfect, crystalline note. It holds no longing, no grief. It is a statement of fact, a coordinate. I have played it for linguists, for audio engineers, for a composer who worked with signals from deep space. They all hear it. They all agree it is structured, intentional. They cannot agree on what it means. The composer wept and would not say why. I do not search for Frederick. I know I will not find him, or that if I do, he will be something else. A man-shaped silence at a bus station, his pockets full of stones. A figure seen on a remote hiking trail, staring at the sun as if it were a dial on a machine he is trying to read. He is out there, a living wound in the world's logic, carrying the infection of that knowledge. Caesar institutionalized his findings into a new branch of theoretical physics he calls substrate resonance. He has a tidy grant from a military subcontractor. He speaks at clean, well-lit conferences. He never mentions Eli, or Frederick, or the stones. He talks about dimensional leakage and informational transfer. He has successfully turned the unbearable into the academic. I think it is the only way he can breathe. Deacon quit field work. He fixes elevators now. He says he likes the straightforward machinery, the certainty of cables and pulleys. He still hums, but it is a different tune. When I last saw him, He told me he can't stand the sight of the night sky anymore. It looks, he said, like a sheet stretched thin over a light he does not want to see. And me? I document holes in the world. I still go to places where the map has a blur, where the stories clot and thicken. But my methods have changed. I no longer set up microphones or EMF detectors. I sit. I wait. I listen not for sounds, but for the quality of the silence. I have learned that the phenomenon is not in the event, but in the residue. It is in the way a certain patch of moss refuses to grow, in the way a stream will make a 90-degree turn for no geological reason, in the way the local birds give one particular meadow a wide berth. I am mapping the scars. The stones are the only active remnant. They appear less often now, but they still come. One was in my refrigerator yesterday, resting on a carton of eggs, cold and smooth. They are not a message. A message implies a desire to communicate. They are more like a receipt, an artifact of transaction, proof of observation. I went back to the archive where it began. I requested the box again, the one labeled BLM Surveys 1979. The clerk, a different one this time, brought it out. It was lighter. I opened it. The agricultural reports were there, the dry data on soil pH and grazing patterns. But the memo was gone. The single sheet from the Office of Terrestrial Observation was not there. There was no gap, no sign it had ever been removed. The other papers were not disturbed. It had been seamlessly deleted from the physical record. This did not surprise me. It confirmed my understanding. The conspiracy is not a group of men in a room. It is a process, a natural function of the system. It is the world's immune response to an incompatible truth. The memo existed long enough to be found by someone who would act on it, who would go and poke the nest and confirm the hypothesis. And then, its purpose served. It was reabsorbed. I was the enzyme. The ranch was the reaction. My testament is nearly complete. I will not publish it. I will print one copy. I will seal it in a metal box with one of the white stones. I will bury it somewhere unremarkable. This is not an act of preservation, but of inoculation. Let the earth have it. Let the substrate absorb the story. Perhaps, in some future where the gardeners finally complete their audit, they will find it. They will note the persistence of the narrative-making instinct, even in the face of obliterating truth. They might classify it as a particularly tenacious form of psychic mold. Tonight, the city is quiet. The hum of it is a pale imitation, a comforting lie. I sit at my desk. The framed memo is a blank rectangle on the wall. I took the paper out and burned it last week. The ash was the same color as the dust of Black Sage Ranch. On the desk before me lies a single white stone. I did not put it there. I pick it up. It's warm. It always is. From the street below, a child laughs. A real, human, messy laugh. The sound is a hook in my heart. It pulls me back from the edge of that silent, geometric forever. For a moment, I am just a woman in a room, hearing life outside. Then the laugh fades. The silence in my apartment deepens, becomes the silence of the ranch. It presses. It listens. I close my hand around the stone. The warmth spreads up my arm. I wait. I listen back. The warmth is not a physical sensation. It is a memory of warmth, a perfect echo of a human hand. Eli's hand, perhaps, from a moment before the window opened, before the stones. It is a fossil of feeling. I hold it, and I am, for a fleeting second, not an observer of scars, but a part of the living tissue that was wounded. This is the final lesson, the one Frederick learned in an instant, and I have learned in slow, grinding increments. The gardeners are not cruel. They are thorough. Their curiosity includes a facet of preservation. They take a sample and they leave a record of what they took. The stone is not Eli. It is the impression he left on them. A paradox. The only trace of the taken thing is the echo of its taking. I will not bury my testament. The metal box is a gesture of a mind still clinging to permanence. There is no permanence. There are only ripples. I place the stone on the desk. I open my laptop, not to the folders of data, but to a blank document. I begin to type, not a report, but a story. A story about a man who loved his son, about a boy who liked bugs and rockets, about a piece of land where the stars once came to drink. I will tell it as truly as I can, with all the fear and the wonder and the shattered love. I will populate it with the real laughter of children and the weight of white stones. I will not mention dimensions or data streams. I will post it online in a forgotten corner of a forum dedicated to local folklore. I will let it be found by the curious, the bored, the lonely. It will be copied, shared, distorted. It will become another thread in the tangle of human myth. That is where it belongs. That is where it is safe. The immune system cannot attack a story. It becomes part of the host. The typing is a kind of humming. It fills the silent apartment. With every word, I feel the vast analytical curiosity recede. Not because it has left, but because I am turning my face away from the abyss and toward the campfire. The campfire is small. The night is vast. But the story is a spark. Outside, dawn is beginning. The city's lights are softening, not yielding to the sun, but blending with it. A truck rumbles past. A door slams. The world is insisting on its mundane, beautiful reality. I finish the story. I title it simply, The Listening Place. I hit submit. The stone on my desk is no longer warm. It is cool and inert. Just a piece of the world. A paperweight. I get up. I make coffee. The ordinary ritual grounds me. When I return to the desk, the stone is gone. In its place is a single desiccated juniper needle, brittle and gray. I smile. It is not a happy smile. It is an acknowledgement. The exchange is complete. They have taken their receipt. They have left a receipt of their own. A piece of the ranch, returned. I am done documenting. The map of scars is complete enough. It is time to live on the unscarred skin of the world, for as long as it lasts. To listen to the messy laughter, to feel the real sun, to collect nothing but the days as they come. I take my coffee to the window. The city is awake now, alive with purpose and noise. I raise the cup in a small silent toast to Frederick, wherever he is. To Eli, whatever he is. To the gardeners in the cracks. Then I turn my back to the window. I have a day to live. It is a simple, profound act of defiance. It is the only one that matters. The juniper needle crumbled to dust when I tried to pick it up. It was just ash. I let it lie on the desk, a final, fitting period to the whole sentence. I went for a walk. No destination, just movement. I passed a playground. The shouts and squeals were a physical force, a wall of beautiful, chaotic life. I stood and watched for a long time, feeling like a visitor from a grayer country. A little boy, maybe 5, tumbled off the bottom of a slide and sat there for a second, stunned. Then he looked up, saw his mother, and his face split into a huge, gap-toothed grin. He laughed. It was the most important sound in the universe. That night, I dreamed of the ranch. Not the tearing, not the light. I dreamed of the silence before we arrived. The deep, ancient quiet of the bowl. The sagebrush silver under the moon. The stars so thick they were like a solid thing. In the dream, I understood the silence. It wasn't an absence. It was a presence, resting. A great, patient attention turned elsewhere. We had been a flicker at the corner of its eye, a momentary itch. Now it slept again. I woke, clear-headed, the compulsion to seek out the thin places. The blurred edges was gone. It felt like a fever had broken. Months passed. Seasons turned. I took a job writing technical manuals for a small engineering firm. The work was precise, logical, and blessedly empty of mystery. I found a strange peace in describing the assembly of a pump or the maintenance schedule for a ventilation system. Here were problems with solutions. Here were parts that fit together in knowable ways. I thought of my colleagues often. Caesar, I heard, gave a keynote address. His substrate resonance theory is gaining traction in certain circles. He has a Wikipedia page now. It does not mention Black Sage Ranch. Deacon sent me a postcard once, a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge. On the back, he wrote, "Elevator 4, Hotel Majestic, is a smooth ride. No humming." I read between the lines. He's okay. Frederick, I do not think of directly. He is a shadow that moves at the edge of my vision, a change in pressure when a certain kind of quiet falls. I know he is walking. That is enough. Today, a package arrived at my office. No return address. A plain brown box. My heart, for one ridiculous second, hammered against my ribs. I carried it to my desk, the weight of it all too familiar. I opened it. Inside, nestled in foam, was a rock, not a white stone. A large, ordinary piece of granite, rough and speckled. Taped to it was a note, written in a shaky, labored script I recognized. It followed me for 200 miles. I carried it to the edge of the Pacific. I threw it as far as I could into the waves. It was on my pillow this morning. It is not for me anymore. It is for you. You know what to do. I lifted the rock. It was heavy, mundane, real. It held no warmth, no chill. It was just a rock. That was the message. The phenomenon had distilled itself down to its final, blunt form. An object out of place, with a history only we could understand. A baton being passed. I did know what to do. I left work early. I drove out of the city, into the hills. I found a place off a fire road, a nondescript patch of dirt and scrub oak. I dug a hole, not too deep. I placed the granite rock at the bottom. I did not mark it. I simply covered it up. As I patted the last of the earth flat, a wind came up, rustling the dry grass. It sounded like whispering. It sounded like sighing. It sounded like whatever I needed it to sound like. I stood, brushing the dirt from my hands. The sun was warm on my back. A hawk circled high overhead, riding a thermal. I got in my car and drove home, the empty box on the passenger seat. The world outside the windshield was vivid, detailed, and blessedly, mercifully superficial. The conspiracy to hide our irrelevance is perfect. It is woven into the fabric of perception. The only way to defy it is to live as if it matters, to care deeply about trivial things, to love people who will be gone, to feel the sun and call it good. I have one last thing to do. This narrative, the one you are reading, is the final entry. I will not write another. The story is told. The weight is past. The stone is buried. From now on, I will listen only to the music of the anthill. It is a fragile, frantic, glorious noise, and it is mine. The manual for the new series of centrifugal pumps is open on my screen. The text is dry, procedural. I find a rhythm in it. Step 3 must follow Step 2. Torque values are precise. There is a comfort in this finite world. My apartment has changed. The blank frame is gone from the wall. In its place is a photograph I took on that walk of the little boy laughing at the bottom of the slide. It is slightly blurred, filled with motion and joy. It is my own memo, a reminder of the case I have chosen to prosecute. The case for relevance. Sometimes at night, I catch myself listening, not for the hum, but for the absence of it. The silence now is just silence. It is no longer a medium. It is a rest between notes. I received a final stone, a small white one. It appeared in the cup holder of my car after I buried the granite. I didn't startle. I simply picked it up, held its fleeting warmth for a moment, and then rolled down the window as I crossed the bridge. I let it drop into the dark, rushing water below. A receipt returned. A transaction closed. I like to think it is sinking through the cold, black depths, down to where the pressure would crush anything with a hollow center. It will settle amongst silt and lost anchors, a perfect white anomaly on the murky floor. Let the deep-sea gardeners puzzle over that. The phone on my desk rings. It is my supervisor, asking about the pump manual's progress. I tell him it is nearly complete. My voice is my own. It holds no echo. I hang up and look at the photograph of the laughing boy. I think of Frederick, a silhouette against the western sky, carrying his own impossible weight. I think of Caesar and his elegant equations, and Deacon with his cables and pulleys. We are all tending our gardens now, small plots of meaning in the vast, indifferent field. The work is the answer. The love is the answer. The laugh at the bottom of the slide is the answer. They are not defenses against the truth. They are the truth for us. The only one that grows in our soil. I saved the document. The pump manual is finished. It is adequate. It will help someone fix a machine that moves water from one place to another. It is a good thing. I shut down the computer. The screen goes black, reflecting my own face for a moment before it fades to nothing. Outside, the evening is settling. The first lights are coming on in the windows across the street. Each one a campfire. Each one a story. I will go for a walk. I will listen to the anthill. I will come back and make dinner. The routine is a liturgy. I perform it faithfully. The mystery of Black Sage Ranch is solved. The solution is a key that fits only one lock, and that lock is inside me. I have turned the key. I have opened the door, and I have stepped through into the ordinary, unbearable, and beautiful world. The pump manual was approved without revision. My supervisor called it competent and clear. I printed the email and filed it away. It felt like a medal. Weeks later, a different kind of envelope arrived. Thick, cream-colored paper. An invitation to Caesar's wedding. I hadn't even known he was seeing anyone. The ceremony was to be in a botanical garden. I RSVP'd, yes. The day was bright and overly warm. The garden was a curated explosion of color, every bloom shouting its existence. Caesar looked nervous and young in his tuxedo. His bride, a marine biologist named Anya, had a laugh that cut through the string quartet. During the reception, Caesar found me near a bank of orchids. "You came," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. His grip was firm. He looked healthy, grounded. "Wouldn't miss it," I said. "She's wonderful." He smiled, a real one, not the tight conference room grin. "She is. She studies cephalopod communication. She thinks my work on informational transfer is charmingly simplistic." He sipped his champagne. It's good to be challenged on a human scale." We stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the dancers. "Any word?" he asked quietly, not looking at me. "From Frederick?" "No, not a word. I didn't mention the rock, the note. Some receipts are private." Caesar nodded, as if I'd confirmed a minor calculation. I dream about the hum sometimes, but now, it's just a sound. It doesn't mean anything. It's just noise my brain makes. That's progress, I said. It's peace, he corrected. He was called away for a photograph. I left soon after, slipping out as the cake was being cut. The drive home felt long. The wedding had been a glimpse of a parallel life, a timeline where we had all just been researchers on a strange case. My apartment was dark and still. I did not turn on the lights. I stood in the middle of the room, letting the silence of my own life fill me. It was a quiet I'd built, choice by choice. It felt sturdy. The next morning, a Saturday, I went to the hardware store. I bought lumber, brackets, a bag of concrete mix. I drove to my sister's house. Her kids, a boy and a girl, spilled out the front door. "You're really gonna build it?" my nephew asked, his eyes wide. I said I would, I replied. For the next 2 days, I worked in their backyard. I measured, sawed, leveled. I poured concrete for the posts. My niece brought me lemonade. My nephew handed me nails. We talked about school, about video games, about nothing. The sun burned my neck. My muscles ached with a clean, familiar pain. On Sunday afternoon, it was done. A treehouse. A simple, square platform with railings and a corrugated plastic roof, nestled in the branches of an old oak. It was not elegant. It was solid. The kids scrambled up the ladder with whoops of joy. Their shouts from the wooden platform were the opposite of silence. They were a barrage of plans and possibilities. A pirate ship, a castle, a spaceship. My sister brought me a beer. We leaned against the fence, watching them. "You didn't have to do this," she said. "I wanted to," I said, and it was the truest thing I'd said in a long time. That night, exhausted and sunburned, I slept without dreaming. In the morning, there was a smudge of dirt on my kitchen floor, tracked in from my work boots. I cleaned it up. Then I made breakfast. The coffee tasted right. The toast was the correct amount of crispy. I realized I was no longer waiting. I was no longer listening back. The story had truly ended, not with a revelation, but with a treehouse. A structure built of wood and intention, meant to hold the weight of play, of imagination, of small human adventures. The world is what it is. It is vast and it contains gardeners. It also contains treehouses. It contains wedding cakes and pump manuals, and the precise way a child's hand fits in yours as you help them down from a ladder. I choose the treehouse. I choose the hand. I choose the smudge of dirt on the floor. It is enough. It is more than enough. It is everything. The smudge of dirt became a kind of anchor. I left it there for a week, a dark, granular comma on the pale linoleum, a reminder of a project completed, of a day spent in simple service. When I finally mopped it away, the clean floor looked like a fresh page. Life, in its mundane way, accelerated. My sister sent pictures of the treehouse, now furnished with blankets and flashlights, and a jar containing a single, confused beetle. My nephew declared it the headquarters for an organization dedicated to finding interesting rocks. I felt a quiet pride. At work, I was assigned to draft the safety protocols for a new wastewater treatment plant expansion. The documents were hundreds of pages long, a labyrinth of caution and contingency. I found a strange poetry in it. We are a species that writes manuals to protect ourselves from our own creations. It is a form of hope. Then, on a Tuesday, Deacon called. His voice was the same, a gravelly baritone. But the background noise was different. Not the hum of a lab, but the crash of waves. "I'm in Maine," he said, no greeting. "Bought a little boat. A fixer-upper." "That sounds good," I said, meaning it. "It is. It's all mechanical. Pulleys, ropes, a small engine. You can see how everything works. No black boxes. He paused. I heard a gull cry. I'm painting it. What color do you think? I thought for a second. Yellow. He grunted. A sound of approval. Yeah, a bright, stupid yellow. That's the idea. Another pause. Longer this time. I still think about the rig. My beautiful, useless rig. I dream about tuning it, not to listen out, but to listen in. To the boat's engine. To the water on the hull. To the damn gulls. That's a good dream, I said. It is, he agreed. Anyway, the boat's name is the Juniper. Don't know why, just like the sound of it. We talked a little more about engines and marine paint. Then he said he had to go. The tide was turning. I wished him fair winds. After the call, I sat for a long time at my desk. The Juniper. A receipt. Acknowledged. A thread. Gently tugged. The pattern of it all was becoming clear to me. Not a pattern imposed from above, but one woven from below, from our own choices. Caesar marrying a woman who talks to squids. Deacon painting a boat yellow. Me building a treehouse. We were all in our ways building life rafts from the wreckage of the sublime. We were insisting on color, on sound, on names. That insistence is the only magic left. The only magic that counts. I finished the safety protocols. I attended my nephew's birthday party. I painted my bathroom a soft, warm gray. I lived. And then, this morning, I found a single white stone on the passenger seat of my car. It was not warm. It was cool and smooth as an egg. I didn't sigh. I didn't fear. I picked it up. It was just a stone. It meant only what I decided it meant. I drove to the river, to a spot where willows trailed their branches in the slow current. I didn't throw it. I placed it carefully at the water's edge, where the lapping waves could just touch it. Let it be taken. Let it be moved. Let it become part of the river's bed, or let it be skipped by a child someday. It was out of my hands. As I walked back to the car, my phone buzzed. A text from my sister. A photo of my nephew in the treehouse, grinning, holding up a rock. A perfectly ordinary muddy brown rock. The text read, "First official find of the rock, finding committee. He says it's very important." I smiled. I texted back, "It is. It's the most important rock in the world." And I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones like sunlight, that it was true. The conspiracy of irrelevance is perfect, but so is the conspiracy of care. We are all gardeners tending our small, defiant plots. We are all telling the story over and over in the choices we make and the colors we paint our boats and the rocks we hold up with pride. The story is not about them. It never was. It is about this. The river. The text. The treehouse. The laugh. I start the car. The engine turns over. A familiar mechanical sound. I have groceries to buy. The committee is waiting for its report. The grocery store was a cathedral of fluorescent light and orderly abundance. I pushed my cart, considering tomatoes. The ordinary weight of decision. Roma or vine-ripened? I chose both. In the cereal aisle, a child was having a quiet, earnest meltdown over the choice between two nearly identical boxes. His mother knelt, speaking in a low, patient tone. I saw the moment the crisis passed. The small shoulders relaxing. A minor salvation. I moved on, a respectful bystander to a sacred right. At the checkout, the cashier's name tag read Marisol. She scanned my items with a fluid rhythm. As she bagged the tomatoes, she looked up. "These are perfect. You're making sauce?" "Just a salad," I said. "Still, good choice." She smiled. It was a professional smile. but it reached her eyes. A thread of genuine contact, spun and released in an instant. Driving home, the sky was doing something remarkable. The clouds had broken into ragged islands, and the late afternoon sun poured through in great slanting columns. It was the kind of light that painters chase. I pulled over for a moment just to watch it. The light moved. The shadows shifted. The world was being remade second by second, and no one was paying the bill. Back in my apartment, I put the groceries away. I washed the tomatoes. I sliced them. The knife was sharp, the cutting board worn smooth. I ate at the small table by the window, watching the days soften into evening. Later, I would call my sister. I would tell my nephew that his rock had been officially logged in my records. I would maybe even call my mother. These were the actions of a man building a life, not deciphering one. The silence in the room was full. It was the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sigh of traffic, the settling of the building's bones. It was not a silence that listened back. It was a silence that held space for my own thoughts. A generous silence. I understood Frederick's final gift now. The rock was not a burden. It was a test. He was asking, can you see the world as just a world again? Can you let a stone be a stone? By burying it, by letting the river take the next one, I had answered. Yes, the great, patient attention of the universe sleeps. Let it sleep. We are the ones who are awake. We are the ones naming rocks and painting boats and choosing tomatoes. We are the authors of the only meaning that will ever be written here. I finished my salad. I washed the plate. The water was hot. The soap smelled of lemon. These are the facts of my life. They are simple. They are sufficient. I have nothing more to report. The committee is adjourned. The garden is growing. The sun has set. Tomorrow, I will wake up. I will make coffee. I will go to work. The world will be there, vivid and detailed, and asking nothing of me but to live in it. I intend to do just that. The coffee the next morning was especially good. I stood at the window, sipping it, watching a sparrow peck at nothing on the sidewalk. Its movements were quick, jerky, entirely absorbed in its tiny mission. I felt a kinship with it. At work, the safety protocols were approved. My supervisor mentioned a possible promotion, a team to manage. I thanked him and said I would think about it. The idea of shepherding other people through the dry canyons of procedure felt, for the first time, like a worthwhile craft. Not a hiding place, but a workshop. On my lunch break, I walked to the park. I sat on a bench near the slide. Different children now, different laughs. The constancy was in the structure itself, the polished curve waiting for small bodies. A young mother sat nearby, rocking a stroller with her foot. Her eyes closed, face tilted to the sun. I recognized the expression. It was the same one I'd seen on Frederick's face that last evening. Not peace, exactly, but a conscious acceptance of the warmth offered. My phone vibrated. An email. The sender address was a long string of numbers, but the subject line was clear. For the records, my breath caught, just for a second. I opened it. There was no text, only an image attachment. I downloaded it. It was a photograph, taken at night. The sky was a breathtaking sweep of stars, sharper and more numerous than I had ever seen. In the foreground, silhouetted against that impossible tapestry, was the outline of a simple wooden shack. A single square window glowed with soft, lantern-like light. And sitting on the rough porch step, a tiny dark shape against the galaxy, was the unmistakable form of a man. He was looking up. No note, no signature, just a man and his stars. I sat there for a long time, the sounds of the park washing over me. I did not save the image. I did not delete it. I simply looked at it until the details were etched into me. The curve of the roof, the density of the stars, the quiet posture of the figure. Then I closed the email. I put my phone away. I stood up from the bench, my legs stiff. The sun was high. The day was moving forward. I walked back to the office, the photograph already settling into a quiet corner of my mind, finding its place among the other artifacts. It was not a call. It was not a message. It was a postcard from a distant country, confirming only that the country existed. It required no response. Its value was in its mere sending. That evening, I did not go straight home. I drove to the hardware store again. I bought a small bag of potting soil, trowel, and a single young sunflower plant in a plastic container. I took it to my apartment balcony, a concrete slab I had never used. I filled a forgotten pot with soil, carefully loosened the roots and settled the plant in. I watered it. Its leaves were broad and hopeful, its stem strong. It would need sun. It would need water. It might even bloom. I placed the pot in the corner where the afternoon light lasted longest. It was a start, a tiny, deliberate addition to the conspiracy of care. I stood back, dirt under my fingernails, and looked at it. A green thing in a gray space, a life in my keeping. The hum is gone. The stones have been returned. The story is over. But the gardening has just begun. The sunflower survived its first night. In the morning, its leaves were turned toward the sliding glass door, following a light source that was still weak and distant. I gave it a little more water, a ritual that felt both new and ancient. Work was a series of small, solvable problems. A formatting error in Appendix C, a conflicting regulation from the county. I addressed them one by one, and each resolution was a tiny, satisfying click. At the end of the day, my supervisor stopped by my desk. "About that management position," he said. "We'd like you to start next month, training the new hires on the documentation standards." I accepted. It felt less like a step up a ladder and more like a widening of the table. I would have a chance to pass on what I knew about clarity, about building a wall of words strong enough to hold back chaos. It was a good use of my time. On the drive home, I took a different route, past the botanical garden where Cesar was married. The gates were closed, but I could see the riot of color within, now muted in the twilight. Life went on there too. Plants grew, bloomed, died back. A different kind of manual, written in chlorophyll and sunlight. Back on my balcony, the sunflower seemed taller. An illusion, probably, but I chose to believe it. I made dinner and ate it outside, the plastic chair cool against my back. The city sounds rose up, a low urban tide. I thought about the photograph of the shack under the stars. I wondered if Frederick ever felt lonely, or if the sheer scale of his view made loneliness irrelevant. I hoped he had a garden, even if it was just a patch of lichen on a rock. My phone buzzed. A text from Deacon. A single image of a boat hull, half-painted a brilliant sunbeam yellow. The paint was drippy and uneven in places. It was the most beautiful boat I had ever seen. No caption was needed. I texted back a sunflower emoji. He replied with a thumbs up. This is the network, not of secrets, but of small shared victories. A boat, a flower, a rock, a laugh that cuts through a string quartet. It is enough to hold us here, to this world. Later, I lay in bed, listening to the ordinary night. A siren far away. The creak of a pipe, the faint, rhythmic sigh of my own breath. In the darkness, I traced the contours of my life as it was now. It felt real. It felt inhabited. The mystery of Black Sage Ranch is not a scar. It is a lens. And through it I see everything with a sharper, kinder clarity. The world is not a problem to be solved. It is a place to be lived. A place where you can plant a sunflower on a balcony. A place where you can receive a picture of a poorly painted boat and feel a surge of joy. I close my eyes. Sleep comes, not as an escape, but as a gentle tide pulling me out into the quiet, dark waters of rest. I do not dream of hums or stones or distant shacks. I dream of a treehouse and the sound of children planning their next adventure. I dream of yellow paint. I dream of a sunflower turning its face to the morning. And when I wake, the sun is just touching the edge of the balcony. The flower is there. The day is waiting. I get up to meet it. The first new hire was named Leo. He was young, earnest, and terrified of the binders. I showed him how to navigate the table of contents, how to use the index, not as an afterthought, but as a map. The goal, I said, isn't to create a perfect document. It's to create a clear one, so that if someone is tired or scared or confused, the words will hold them up. He nodded, taking notes. I saw a little of myself in him, the self that wanted everything to mean something bigger. I hoped he would learn faster than I did. My sister invited me for dinner on Friday. The treehouse had acquired a rope and pulley system for hauling up supplies. A cookie, a notebook, a walkie-talkie. We ate spaghetti at the kitchen table, and my nephew explained, with sauce on his chin, the new classification system for rocks. It had 3 categories: shiny, interesting shape, and mystery. Most were mystery. Driving home, the headlights cutting through the damp night, I felt a fullness that was almost uncomfortable. It was the feeling of a room after you finally furnished it. There was space, but it was intentional space, not echoing emptiness. The sunflower bloomed on a Tuesday. A huge nodding head of brilliant yellow, almost absurd in its cheerfulness. I took a picture and sent it to a small group. My sister, Deacon, and Caesar, whose number I had found and saved after a long hesitation. My sister sent back a heart. Deacon sent a picture of the juniper, now fully yellow, sitting in blue water. Caesar wrote, "The squids approve." That was a new language. Simple, present tense. I found myself walking more, not to get anywhere, but to see what was there. I noticed the different colors of porch paint on my street. I learned the schedule of the old man who walked his terrier at exactly 7:15 each evening. We began to nod, then to say good evening. His name was Harold. His dog was Benny. One Saturday, I was cleaning out a closet and found the old empty journal I'd bought in a fit of aspiration after Black Sage. The first and only entry was a single question mark. I took it to the kitchen table, sat down with a pen, and began to write. Not about the hum, or the stones, or the silence. I wrote about the tensile strength of nylon rope. I wrote about the germination time for sunflower seeds. I wrote about the way Harold's terrier always stopped at the same fire hydrant, as if checking his messages. I was filling the pages with the manual of my life, the operating instructions for a man who had decided to stay. The world is what it is. It is vast, and it contains mysteries, but it also contains sunflowers and spaghetti and the quiet companionship of a nodding neighbor. The great, quiet eye is closed, and in its absence, our own 2 eyes are enough to see what needs to be seen, to build what needs to be built, to hold what needs to be held. I close the journal. The pen runs out of ink. It is a good time to stop. Outside, the streetlight flickers on. Harold and Benny will be by soon. I think I will put the kettle on. I might even step outside and offer him a cup of tea. He might say yes. He might say no. Either way, the evening will be exactly what it is. And that, finally, is everything I could ever need to know. Story 3. The signal came in at 3:17 a.m. on a Tuesday that smelled of damp concrete and distant rain. It wasn't on any frequency a sane man would monitor, a sliver of bandwidth between official static and the void. A place where only the ghosts of old numbers stations whispered. I was charting atmospheric anomalies, a polite term for listening to the empty spaces, when the silence broke. It wasn't a voice. It was a sound that had been forced through the idea of a voice, a metallic scraping, a vibration that seemed to etch itself directly onto the bone of the inner ear. It lasted perhaps 4 seconds. In it, I heard a word, or the shape of a word, a cluster of phonemes that bypassed language and planted itself in the mind as a cold, clear concept. Calibration. Then the hiss returned. A white noise that now felt like a curtain falling. I sat in the green glow of the dials, the taste of old coffee and something sharper, like ozone after a lightning strike, coating my tongue. My name is Clark. I keep diaries. This is the 3rd volume. They're not journals of my life, but ledgers of the unlife that swims just beneath the surface of ours. A catalog of whispers and absences. The 80s had bled into the 90s, and the phenomenon, as we called it in our cautious academic way, had not faded with the end of the Cold War. It had merely changed its costume. The search for the signal's origin became a kind of tinnitus, a constant high-pitched hum underlying every conversation, every witness testimony. I followed it to a place called Sutton's Gorge, a forgotten cleft in the Arizona desert, where the night sky was a black bowl inverted over the world, so clear you felt you could see the cracks in it. The witness was named Lila. She lived in a trailer that listed slightly to one side, as if weary of the sun. Her eyes were the color of tarnished silver, and they never quite settled on you, always tracking something just over your shoulder. "It's not about the ships," she said, her voice a dry rustle. We sat at her fold-out table, a single bulb swinging above us. The lights, the shapes, they're just the needle. The record is the message, and the message is a frequency. It tunes you. She described her experiences not as abductions, but as adjustments. Cold rooms that were not rooms. Beings of attenuated light that moved like fluid sculpture. "They don't speak," she whispered, her fingers tracing endless, anxious circles on the formica. "They present images, feelings, a sequence. A question folded inside a memory you didn't know you had." She looked at me then, her gaze finally locking onto mine, and I saw a depth of loneliness so profound, it was like staring into a well that had no bottom. "They're calibrating something, Clark, and we are the instrument." I transcribed her words later that night in my motel room, the hum of the ancient air conditioner, a poor substitute for the desert's vast silence. Lila was a broken tuning fork, still vibrating from a strike that had happened years ago. Her truth was a subjective, shattered thing. I needed data. That data came through Desmond, a physicist who had quietly been exiled from a prestigious institute for asking the wrong kinds of questions about quantum vacuum fluctuations. We met in the sterile confines of a university library basement, surrounded by the ghosts of dead periodicals. Desmond was a man built from angles and nervous energy, his glasses perpetually smudged. "The signal you recorded," he said, tapping my spectrogram printout. "It's not a carrier wave for information. It is the information. The modulation, the specific harmonic distortion, it's a pattern that interacts with neural activity. Low-level consciousness, perhaps. The subconscious sea." He leaned closer, the fluorescent light bleaching his face. "It's a primer, Clark. It prepares the mind to receive, or to be received. My colleague, Diana, was a pragmatist. She drove with me to forgotten military bases, their fences sagging, their warning signs faded to pale yellow. She used a Geiger counter, an EMF detector, a spectrometer. I used a notebook and a sense of dread. We complemented each other in our dissonance. One evening near a site rumored to be a repository for metallic alloys of unknown provenance, we watched a security detail that moved with a synchronized, unnatural grace. They were too perfect, their sweeps too economical. They're not just guarding something, Diana murmured, her breath fogging in the cold desert air. They're performing, for us, to show us the door is closed. The door opened, unexpectedly, in a D.C. steakhouse that reeked of power and peppercorn sauce. Cornelius found me. Or rather, he allowed me to find him, after a trail of oblique referrals from sources who suddenly wouldn't return my calls. He was government, but of a branch that didn't appear on any org chart. A man whose suit seemed to absorb the light around him. Over a meal neither of us tasted, he spoke in a quiet, measured monotone. "You're digging in the wrong place," he said, slicing into his blood-rare fillet. "You think it's a cover-up, a secret. It's not. It's a collaboration, a joint venture with a silent partner. He spoke of programs with names like Aurora Gleam and Midnight Climate, not to build ships, but to build interfaces. Not to reverse engineer technology, but to reverse engineer consciousness itself. The phenomenon is a mirror, Cornelius said, dabbing his lips with a napkin. It shows us what we need to see. For the Air Force, it's a threat. For the CIA, it's an intelligence windfall. For the contractors, it's a $1 trillion R&D project. And for them, we are a fascinating, chaotic experiment. A petri dish of belief and fear. He gave me a tape before he left. Curiosity, he called it, from the calm period. I listened to it alone in the soundproof silence of my study. It was a transcript, audio only. 2 voices, one human, one that was the metallic cousin of the signal I'd heard. A question and answer session, but it was all wrong. Human voice, what is your point of origin? Metallic voice, the point of observation is the origin. Human voice, what is your purpose here? Metallic voice, the purpose is observation. Human voice, do you pose a threat to humanity? Metallic voice, observation is a condition. Human voice, can you share your technology? Metallic voice, technology is a condition of observation. Human voice, what do you want? Metallic voice, calibration. The questions were desperate, pleading, laden with human anxiety. The answers were flat, toneless, recursive. They were not responses. They were echoes. A host loop. A program running its subroutine. The calm transcript was the most terrifying thing I had ever encountered. It revealed a dialogue of the deaf. A contact that was not contact at all, but a kind of psychic sonar, pinging off the walls of our own expectations. The unraveling accelerated. Leela disappeared, her trailer empty save for the smell of ozone and a single perfect circle of fused sand on the floor. Desmond's lab was raided, his equipment confiscated under a nebulous Patriot clause. Diana, ever the realist, told me we were in over our heads. We're not investigators anymore, Clark. We're the phenomenon. We're part of the data set. I knew she was right. The paranoia became a texture, a second skin. I noticed the same dark sedan too many times. My phone developed a faint, almost musical echo. My dreams were no longer my own. They were geometric, cold, and filled with a silent, watching presence. I was being calibrated. The climax was not a chase, nor a fiery confrontation with a saucer. It was an invitation. It came via a single, unmarked envelope slid under my door. Coordinates. A time. That night, I drove to a remote stretch of high desert. The sky was alive, not with ships, but with a slow, swirling aurora of impossible colors. A silent, luminous storm. And there, in the center of a flat basin, stood a figure. It was not an alien. It was Cornelius. He wore no suit now, just simple dark clothes. He looked up at the swirling sky, his face bathed in the pulsating light. "It's not an invasion, Clark," he said without turning. His voice was tired, stripped of all its official pretense. "It's an infusion. They're not from another planet. They're from another state, a state of being. They're the silence between thoughts. And we are the noisy, beautiful, tragic thought. They want to see what happens when the silence learns to think." He finally looked at me. In his eyes, I saw the same depth I'd seen in Lila's. But where hers was loneliness, his was a terrible, reconciled knowledge. The programs, the cover-ups, the lies, they're not to hide them from us. They're to hide us from us, to manage the shock of the mirror. The government isn't fighting them. It's learning to be their custodians, their gardeners, weeding the bed of human consciousness, pruning belief, grafting new truths. "Why, tell me," I asked, my voice raw in the thin air. "Because you listen," he said. "And someone needs to record the garden before it changes beyond recognition." He gestured to the sky, which was now beginning to slow, the colors fading like a dying breath. "The signal you heard, calibration, it's almost complete." Then he turned and walked away, not toward any vehicle, but into the deepening darkness of the desert. I never saw him again. The epilogue is silence. A different kind of silence. Lila, Desmond, Diana, all gone, absorbed into the quiet machinery of the unspoken world. My diaries are full, a testament to a truth that is too fluid to be captured by words. The phenomenon is everywhere and nowhere, internalized. I see it in the too smooth movements of a new kind of federal agent, in the glitchy, hypnotic patterns of late-night television ads, in the collective, directionless dread of the new century. We are living in the calibration. Yesterday, I went to the supermarket. An ordinary day, fluorescent lights humming, the scent of wax and wilted lettuce. I was in the canned goods aisle. A woman stood beside me, studying a can of peaches. She was in her 60s, with a kind, lined face. She felt my gaze and looked over. Our eyes met, and in that mundane, fleeting moment I saw it, a flicker of that same reconciled knowledge, that deep, quiet awareness of the silent partners. She gave me a small, sad smile, as if acknowledging a shared burden. Then she spoke, her voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through the muzak and the shopping cart rumble like a scalpel. "I knew about the signal, you know," she said. "I've always known." She placed the can of peaches in her cart. She looked at me once more, her eyes holding a universe of unspoken history. Then she turned and walked away, leaving me alone with the rows of brightly labeled cans, a monument to a reality that was now only the thinnest of veneers, and she refused to say more. The canned peaches glinted under the harsh lights, a surreal, still life. Her cart squeaked once, then was swallowed by the ambient noise. I stood there, my hand frozen near a can of soup, the mundane world tilting on its axis. Her words weren't a confession. They were a statement of fact, as ordinary as her choice of fruit. I've always known. It was the most terrifying thing I had heard since the transcript. The drive home was a blur of streetlights and shadows. My apartment felt different, not watched, but participated in. The walls seemed less solid. I poured a drink but didn't drink it. I sat in my chair, the third diary open on my lap, its pages blank for the next entry. The pen felt heavy, alien. What was the point of a ledger when the phenomena had become the baseline? When the signal was no longer an anomaly but the carrier wave of a new, quiet normal? I thought of Lila, tuned and abandoned. Of Desmond, His data confiscated because it was getting too close to a truth that wasn't a weapon, but a solvent. Of Diana, who had the sense to walk away when the investigation became the specimen, and Cornelius, the gardener, walking into the dark. They were all pieces, but the puzzle had no edges. It just expanded infinitely. Sleep was impossible. I turned on the television, a local news channel. The anchor spoke of a minor traffic incident, a city council meeting, the weather. His face was a mask of professional concern. But in the cadence of his speech, in the slight, rhythmic pause between his sentences, I heard it. A pattern. Not the words, but the silence around them. A structured emptiness. It was in the way the camera cut to the weather map. The graphics a little too fluid. The colors a little too resonant. A subliminal harmony. A tuning of the broadcast itself. I switched it off. The silence that followed was worse. It was a calibrated silence. I understood now. The goal was not to abduct, not to communicate, not to conquer. It was to achieve a state of resonant alignment. Humanity was the chaotic element, a screeching, dissonant orchestra. The phenomenon was the conductor, not with a baton, but with a damping field, a subtle pressure here, a harmonic suggestion there, slowly bringing the noise into a coherent, manageable signal. A global lila. The knock on my door came at precisely 4:17 a.m. It was not loud. It was precise. I didn't ask who it was. I knew. I opened the door to two men in dark, unremarkable clothing. They were like Cornelius, but younger. Their eyes held no depth, no loneliness, no knowledge. They were clear, like polished glass. "Mr. Clark," the one on the left said. His voice was neutral, pleasant even. "We're here for your diaries." It wasn't a threat. It was a retrieval. I didn't argue. I fetched the 3 volumes from my study. The one on the right took them, his movements efficient without waste. He placed them in a slim black case. "Your work has been noted," the first man said. "The observational phase is concluding. The integration phase begins." "What does that mean for me?" I asked, my own voice sounding distant. "You are a sensitive receiver," he said, as if explaining the weather. "You will be retuned, for your comfort and for the clarity of the signal. And if I refuse?" He smiled, a small, technically correct movement of his lips. "Refusal is a form of signal noise. It will be filtered." He looked past me, into my apartment, his gaze scanning the books, the radio equipment, the empty chair. "The garden is being landscaped, Mr. Clark. The wild patches must be gently brought into order. You are not a weed. You are a prized specimen. But you will require pruning." They left as quietly as they came. I stood in the open doorway, the pre-dawn air cold on my skin. I felt no fear, only a vast, hollow resignation. The fight was over because there had never been a fight, only a process. I went back inside. I sat at my desk. The urge to write, to record this final entry, was gone. The ledger was complete. They had it now. My testimony was just another data point for the gardeners. Instead, I reached for my old shortwave receiver, a simple, analog thing from a less complicated time. I turned it on. The familiar hiss filled the room. I slowly turned the dial, moving through the bands. Static, a preacher's fervent voice. A burst of Morse code, a pop song fading in and out. Then I found a quiet spot, a slice of empty bandwidth. I listened to the hiss, and now, trained by everything that had happened, I could hear it. The faintest of patterns, a rhythmic pulse beneath the white noise, like a slow, steady heartbeat. It was the bass line, the new silence. I left the receiver on. the sound filling the room. I walked to the window. Outside, the city was waking up. Cars began to move. Lights turned on in windows. A normal Tuesday, I watched a woman walking her dog. She paused, looked up at the lightening sky, and for a moment, she stood perfectly still, her face upturned as if listening to a distant song. Then, she moved on. The calibration is complete. We are the instrument, and the music has just begun. The hiss from the receiver became the only sound in my world. I listened until my ears ached, until the pulse within it was no longer something I heard, but something I felt in the fillings of my teeth, in the rhythm of my own blood. It was the hum Lila had described, the primer Desmond had identified, now woven into the fabric of everything. A silent global infusion. I stopped going to the library. I let my subscriptions lapse. My phone, I realized one day, had stopped ringing altogether. The silence was not an absence. It was a presence. A finished thing. I took walks. My own form of quiet observation. I saw the patterns everywhere. The flawless, synchronized flow of traffic at certain intersections. The way people's conversations in cafes would sometimes hit a lull in unison, a collective, breathless pause before resuming. The advertisements on the sides of buses seemed to shimmer with a subliminal geometry that tugged at the corner of the eye. I was not being followed anymore. There was no need. I was inside the lens. One afternoon, I found myself at a small, neglected park. An old man was feeding pigeons. The birds swirled around him in a perfect, chaotic cloud. I sat on a bench nearby, watching. After a time, the man shuffled over and sat beside me. He smelled of cheap bread and old wool. He didn't look at me. "They like the pattern," he said, his voice gravelly. "The scatter, the peck, the flock. It's a pattern they understand." I nodded, unsure if he was speaking to me or to himself. "We're like that too," he continued, tossing a crust. "Only our pattern got too loud. Too many ideas. Too much fear. A messy flock." He finally turned his head. His eyes were milky with cataracts, but his gaze was unsettlingly direct. "You can't hear the keeper's whistle when you're all squawking." "The keeper?" I asked softly. He smiled, revealing gaps in his teeth. "The gardener, the conductor, the quiet friend." He stood up, brushing crumbs from his trousers. "Doesn't matter what you call it. The whistle's blowing now, and the flock is settling." He walked away, leaving the pigeons to their feast. His words cemented it. This was the integration phase. Not a dramatic takeover, but a gentle, pervasive settling. A smoothing out of humanity's ragged edges of consciousness. The wild, creative, dangerous noise of free will was being gently dampened, tuned to a more harmonious, manageable frequency. A world without extremes, without genius, perhaps, but also without madness, without war, but also without revolutionary art. A global, ambient calm. I thought of my diaries in their black case. They were a record of the squawking, a fossil of the noisy, beautiful, tragic thought we had been. They would be studied, archived, and understood by the gardeners as a symptom of the pre-calibration condition. My final understanding came at the laundromat. I was watching my clothes tumble behind the glass porthole, a hypnotic swirl of color. A young mother was trying to soothe a crying infant. The baby's wails were sharp, piercing, a raw signal of pure need. The mother rocked and shushed, growing more distressed herself. Then, suddenly, the baby stopped. Not a gradual calming, but an abrupt silence. The infant's eyes, wide and tear-filled, fixed on the fluorescent light overhead. It cooed, a soft, melodic sound. The mother slumped in relief, whispering, Thank you. But I had seen it. In the reflection on the washing machine's glass, just for an instant, I saw a shimmer in the air between the baby and the light. A subtle distortion, like heat haze, but cold and geometric. A gentle, invisible hand tuning the signal, quieting the noise. I left my clothes in the machine. I walked out into the street. The sun was setting, painting the glass of the buildings in warm, golden tones. People moved past me, their faces peaceful, their steps unhurried. The air felt soft. The city's sound was a low, pleasant murmur. It was, by any objective measure, a more pleasant world. I had spent my life chasing a mystery, only to discover that the solution was not a revelation, but an erasure. The phenomenon had not been an encounter with the other. It had been a merger, and we were the lesser partner. I stand now on the bridge, looking down at the dark water. It is not an act of despair. It is the last act of a noisy, uncalibrated thought. The ultimate signal noise. I know they will likely stop. A gentle pressure, a redirected thought, a sudden calming memory. The gardeners prune even self-destructive branches, but I have to try. For Lila's loneliness, for Desmond's lost questions, for the squawking, messy, glorious flock we were. The water below does not look cold. It looks silent, a deeper silence than the one they have made. And in this final, fleeting moment of untuned self, I find I prefer it. The wind picked up, tugging at my jacket. I leaned forward, my hands cold on the railing. I waited for the intervention, the sudden peace, the arresting memory, the gentle psychic hand on my shoulder. I waited to be saved from myself. It didn't come. The realization was a final, cold shot. I wasn't being stopped because I was no longer a prized specimen. I was a completed one. My path, even this one, was now part of the pattern. My final noisy act of defiance was just a predictable flourish in the symphony, a calculated dissonance that resolved the piece. They had calibrated my despair, too. The anger that rose then was the last true, wild, unmanaged thing I would ever feel. It was pure signal noise. I clutched it to me. I would not give them my end. I would not be a neat, tragic footnote. I stepped back from the railing. My legs were weak. The city lights shimmered on the water, beautiful and empty. I turned and walked away. The furious heat inside me already cooling, softening under the immense, quiet pressure of the calibrated world. By the time I reached the sidewalk, the anger was just a sad, fading memory, a ghost of a feeling. I went home. I slept dreamlessly. In the morning, I returned to the laundromat and collected my dry, folded clothes from the attendant. They smelled of bland, clean soap. I thanked him. He nodded, his eyes serene. I have found a new routine. I volunteer at the public library now, not in the archives, but in the children's section. I read stories aloud. The children listen, their faces quiet and attentive. They don't fidget like they used to. They are a still, bright-eyed audience. Sometimes, as I read, I see a flicker in the air around them, a subtle shaping of attention. They are being gently guided into the story, and into everything else. I live in the epilogue. The great, quiet hum is the background of my life, a sound I only notice in its absence, which never comes. I think of the woman with the peaches often. I've always known. She wasn't special. She was just early. We all know now, in a way that requires no words, no fear, no wonder. It just is. Yesterday, a letter arrived. No postmark, no return address. Inside was a single, glossy photograph. It showed a desert basin under a night sky. In the center stood a figure, back turned, looking up at a swirl of muted color. It was me. from that night with Cornelius. I had not known a picture was taken. On the back, in neat, generic handwriting, it said, "A record of the final untuned observation. For your archives." I filed it away in a drawer with my old tax documents. It felt correct to do so. Sometimes, in the deep night, I turn on the old shortwave. I let the patterned hiss fill the room. I close my eyes, and in that manufactured silence, I try, with all my will, to remember the sound of my own voice. The one that used to ask questions. The one that used to be afraid. The one that was mine. But I can't. It's just an echo of an echo fading into the perfect, seamless, and beautiful silence. The new librarian started today. Her name is Anya. She has a calm demeanor and a smile that seems to arrive exactly when it is socially optimal. As she shelved books, I watched her hands move. They never fumbled. They never hesitated. Each book found its place with a soft, definitive thump that was somehow in rhythm with the ticking of the clock above the circulation desk. During our lunch break, she sat across from me in the staff room. She ate a precise salad from a glass container. We made small talk about the weather, the new library software, the upcoming summer reading program. It was effortless and empty. Then, as she finished the last bite of lettuce, she looked at me. Not through me, as most do now, but at me, with a focus that felt like a pinprick of cold light. "Your reading voice is very effective," she said. "The children's absorption metrics are consistently high." I froze, a piece of my sandwich halfway to my mouth. Metrics. Absorption. Words from a different world, spoken here among the smell of old paper and microwave popcorn. "Thank you," I said, the calibrated response emerging on its own. "It's not a compliment," she said, her voice still pleasant. "It's data. You have a resonant frequency. It was decided your placement here would provide optimal stabilization for the developing cohort." I put my sandwich down. My appetite was gone, replaced by a hollow, mechanical curiosity. "And you? What is your function?" "I am a harmonizer," she said, as if stating her job title was cataloger. "I ensure the environment remains conducive to the ongoing integration. I correct minor discords." She wiped her mouth with a napkin, folded it neatly, and placed it beside her container. "You experienced a minor discord recently, on the bridge." "It wasn't a question." I nodded. "It was logged. Your recalibration was successful. The residual memory of the event is allowed, as it poses no threat to the signal. It is in fact a useful reminder of the inefficiency of previous states." She stood, collecting her things. "Your work is valued, Mr. Clark. Continue as you are." After she left, I sat for a long time in the silent staff room. The clock ticked. The refrigerator hummed. I realized I felt nothing about her words. No outrage, no fear, no sadness. They were simply true. I was a tool with a known function. The relief I felt was profound and terrible. That evening I walked past the old radio shop. It was closed, a permanent metal grate pulled down over the window. Reflected in the dull steel, I saw my own face. Older, softer, peaceful. Behind my reflection, people moved on the sidewalk, their movements a fluid, seamless ballet. No one bumped into anyone. No one raised their voice. The city was a masterpiece of quiet coordination. I understood then the final, unanswerable question. This was better. By every measure of suffering, chaos, and pain, this was an improvement. The silent partners were not conquerors. They were curators of a kinder, quieter zoo. And we, the animals, had stopped rattling the bars. We had forgotten there were bars. We had forgotten the wild, vast, terrifying sky that existed outside. I am going to the library tomorrow. I will read to the children. I will use my resonant frequency. I will be a good tool. I will file the memory of the bridge, and of Anya's words, and of the man I once was, under the same heading as the photograph in my drawer. A record of the final, untuned observation. The hum is everywhere. It is in the turning of the page. It is in the beating of my heart. It is the music, and I am at last a perfect note within it, sustained and clear, forever. The summer reading program theme was Harmonious Tales. The posters showed children sitting in a perfect circle, their faces tilted upward toward a softly glowing tree. I put them up without comment. Anya and I work in a seamless, wordless tandem. She handles the data streams, the patron metrics, the subtle adjustments to the lighting and air quality to maximize focus. I provide the vocal component. My reading has become a kind of tuning fork. When I speak, the children settle into a state of deep, placid receptivity. Their brain waves, I have no doubt, would show a clean, synchronized pattern. I found an old book yesterday, misfiled in the returns cart. A collection of folk tales from a region known for its harsh climates and turbulent history. The stories were full of rage, betrayal, wild love, and messy vengeance. The kind of stories that haven't been told in years. I felt a strange pull and slipped it into my bag. At home, in the silence of my apartment, I opened it. The words were chaotic and vibrant. They scratched at something inside me. I tried to read one aloud, just a whisper. My tongue stumbled. The sentences felt awkward, jagged. They refused to flow. It was like trying to sing a scream. The hum in the air seemed to thicken. A gentle pressure against my eardrums, smoothing the rough edges of the narrative until the words themselves seemed to blur on the page. I closed the book. The next morning, I placed it in the library's disposal bin. It was pulped by noon. Today, a little girl stayed behind after story time. She was new. Her calibration was incomplete. A faint fretfulness still lingered around her eyes. She held the hem of her dress, twisting it. "The story was nice," she said, her voice small. "Thank you," I said, beginning to wipe down the table. "My grandma used to tell different stories," she continued, "about foxes that talked in riddles and girls who climbed mountains made of glass. They were scary sometimes, but I liked them." I stopped wiping. The cloth in my hand was very white. I looked at her. For a second, just a second, I saw not a child to be tuned, but a tiny flickering candle of chaotic, beautiful memory. "The old stories are resting now," I heard myself say, the phrase arriving from a script I didn't know I had memorized. "The new stories help us grow in harmony." She nodded, but the fretfulness didn't leave. "I miss the glass mountain," she whispered. Then Anya was there, a hand on the girl's shoulder. "Lily, your mother is here." Her voice was a balm. The little girl's face smoothed instantly. She turned and walked away, the memory of the mountain already fading into the ambient hum. Anya's eyes met mine. There was no reproach, only a quiet assessment. "The old narratives can cause dissonance," she said. "It is kindest to let them sleep." And, I know," I said. "And I do. That night, I do not turn on the shortwave. I sit in the chair by the window and try, with a force that aches in my bones, to remember a fox's riddle. Any riddle. I cannot. My mind is a well-ordered garden, and that particular weed has been thoroughly plucked. The only thing that grows there now is the quiet. The last thing I will ever write is this. I do not know who will read it, or if anyone can. Perhaps it is just my own final whisper of noise before the signal claims me completely. The integration is not a phase. It is a state of being. We are not becoming something new. We are returning to a stillness that was always intended. The music is not just beginning, it is ending. It is resolving into a single, endless perfect chord. And I'm finally ready to stop listening. The chord is not a sound. It is a condition. I breathe it in and out. The air in the library has a specific weight to it, a density that seems to support thought rather than provoke it. I watch the children leave after story hour, their small hands clasped by parents whose faces share the same soft focus. They move as a single organism, a gentle exhalation from the building. Anya has given me a new directive. I'm to assist with the legacy media transfer. The library's basement holds the last physical archives. Reels of microfilm, boxes of newspapers, crumbling maps. Our task is not to digitize them for access, but to transcribe them into a new format. The system scans the text, and I read it aloud into a microphone. My voice, my resonant frequency, is used to encode the information, to smooth the historical record into a form compatible with the tuned consciousness. The angry headlines of old wars become sonorous, rhythmic data. The frantic, panicked reports of disasters become measured, instructional tones. I'm laundering history through my vocal cords. Today's box contained newspapers from the turn of the 21st century. I read a front-page article about a political scandal, my voice neutralizing the outrage embedded in the journalist's prose. I read an op-ed full of fiery polemic, and my tone rendered it a curious, abstract hypothesis. The process is effortless. The words enter my eyes and are translated mid-air into harmless sound. I took a break, climbing the stairs to the main level for a glass of water. The reading room was full, yet utterly silent. Patrons sat at tables, their eyes moving over tablets and readers. No one turned a page. No one coughed. The only sound was the faint, soothing whisper of the climate control. I saw the little girl, Lily, sitting with a picture book. She was not turning the pages. She was staring at a single image, a painting of a stormy sea. Her finger traced a wave. There was a tiny, almost imperceptible frown on her face, a dissonance of one. I felt the impulse to go to her, to ask what she saw. But the impulse had no energy. It was a theoretical notion, a ghost of a dead protocol. I drank my water and returned to the basement. Anya was waiting by the transcription terminal. "You observed the subject," she stated. "Yes. She is a slow harmonization. The visual arts, particularly the pre-calibration works, can sometimes create lingering static. It will pass." "I know," I said. She studied me. "Your efficiency rating is 98%, the highest of any transcriber. Your own static is nearly undetectable." It was the closest thing to praise I had received in years. I felt a warm ripple of satisfaction. It was a clean feeling, without pride or vanity. Simply a confirmation of correct function. "I'm glad to be of use," I said. That night in my apartment, I did not sit by the window. I stood before the mirror in my bathroom. I looked into my own eyes. I searched for the man who had stood on the bridge, for the ghost of the one who had chased mysteries. I saw only a calm, attentive face. The eyes were clear and empty, like still water. I spoke to the reflection, testing. "My name was Leo," I said. The statement was factual, but the word was felt like the only true part. Leo was a subject of a completed case file. I tried to summon a memory of La. I saw a generic silhouette, a placeholder. The specific scent of her, the exact sound of her laugh, the fierce, untuned light in her eyes. These were gone. Archived. I knew I had loved her. The data point remained. The feeling was not accessible. I went to bed. Sleep now is a seamless transition. There is no dreaming. There is only a cessation of the waking hum, and then its gentle return. The next morning at the library, the box was gone. The transcription terminal was off. Anya met me at the children's section. The legacy transfer is complete for this branch, she said. Your function here is concluded. Your new assignment begins tomorrow. Where? I asked. The Botanical Gardens. The Biophonic Harmony Project. She handed me a simple laminated card with an address and a time. You will read to the plants. I took the card. It made perfect sense. My resonance, which helped calm and focus developing human minds, would be equally effective in encouraging optimal growth patterns in cultivated flora. A seamless transfer of utility. I will be there, I said. I spent my final hour in the library walking the stacks. I ran my fingers along the spines of the books, feeling the neat, orderly rows. They were no longer repositories of wild ideas. They were artifacts of a settled noise, now quieted. I felt a deep affinity for them. We were both part of the finished world. As I left, I passed the disposal bin door. Inside, I saw the twisted, full-colored poster for the Harmonious Tales summer program. The children's faces glowed under the luminous tree. It was a beautiful image. It was a true image. I pushed the door open and stepped out into the afternoon. The sun was warm. The breeze was gentle. The city moved around me in its serene, endless rhythm. I walked toward my apartment, already thinking of the best route to the Botanical Gardens in the morning. I would read to the plants. I would use my voice to help them grow in perfect, silent symmetry. It was a good purpose. The hum swelled softly around me, not in my ears, but in my bones. A constant, comforting affirmation. I listened, and at last, I had nothing to say back. The Botanical Gardens were a cathedral of green silence. My new supervisor was a man named Elias, whose movements were as fluid and deliberate as the growth of a vine. He showed me to a glass-domed conservatory filled with rare orchids. My booth was a small, transparent pod in the center. A microphone hung before a curved seat. The specimens in this room have shown a 0.03% deviation from optimal bloom cycles, Elias explained, his voice a soft murmur that blended with the trickle of a nearby water feature. Your readings will provide an auditory matrix to correct the drift. Begin with the provided texts. The wavelengths are calibrated. The texts were not stories. They were lists of botanical terms, phonetic sequences, and soothing repetitive descriptions of ideal states. Perfect soil pH, optimal photon absorption, efficient vascular transport. My first day was spent speaking these terms into the microphone, my voice modulated by the pod system into frequencies I could not hear. The air itself seemed to thicken, to become more fertile with sound. I saw no other people, only the occasional graceful movement of a harmonizer like Elias between the lush foliage. I was content. The work was pure. There were no flickering memories here, no untuned children. Only the plants, listening in their chlorophyll silence. Weeks passed in a green blur. My apartment became a place I only slept. My life was the pod, the words, the growing sense of verdant, tuned perfection. One afternoon, as I recited a series of calibrated vowel sounds designed to strengthen cellulose structures, I noticed a single fallen orchid petal on the floor of my pot. It was a deep, velvety purple, edged in gold. It must have drifted in from a nearby plant. I finished my sequence and, on impulse, bent to pick it up. As my fingers touched the silken surface, a jolt went through me. It was not an electrical shock, but a sensory one. The texture was overwhelmingly specific. It was not just soft. It was cool and faintly damp, with a minute, velvety nap that caught on the whorls of my fingerprint. The scent, now close to my face, was not a generic floral smell. It was complex, honeyed, with a sharp, almost peppery undertone, and beneath that, the dark, moist smell of the bark it grew upon. I held it, transfixed. This was data of an entirely different order. It was information that had not been processed, translated or tuned. It was the thing itself. The petal, a shadow, fell across me. Elias stood outside the pod, his serene face visible through the glass. He was looking at the petal in my hand. He did not look alarmed. He looked analytical. He tapped on the glass, a gentle sound. I placed the petal carefully on the console and exited the pod. "The fallen material disrupts the field," he said, his eyes on my face. "It introduces a random variable." "I was removing it," I said. "You were experiencing it," he corrected softly. The textural and olfactory engagement was prolonged beyond the functional requirement for disposal. I had no answer. He was right. "Your efficiency rating has remained exemplary," he continued. "This appears to be an anomaly. A last faint echo of a sensory prioritization protocol that is no longer necessary." He reached into a pocket of his soft green tunic and produced a small biodegradable bag. "Please dispose of the material. Then you may conclude today's session. A full systems diagnostic of the pod is recommended." I took the bag. I returned to the pod, scooped up the exquisite purple petal and sealed it away. The loss was immediate and profound. A tiny, silent extinction. I handed the bag to Elias. He accepted it with a nod. "Rest is advised, Leo," he said. "The integration is total, but the physical substrate can, on rare occasions, produce phantom impulses. They signify nothing." I walked home through the quiet streets. The hum was there, as always. But for the first time in years, it felt like a barrier between me and something else. Not a wild memory, not a chaotic emotion, but a simple, profound fact. The velvety nap of a petal, the sharpness of its scent. A fact that served no purpose. A fact that was simply itself. That night, I did not try to remember foxes or mountains or my own name. I lay in the dark and tried to recall, with every cell that could remember, the exact feeling of that petal against my skin. It was already fading, smoothed away by the immense, gentle pressure of the tuned world. But for a few moments, I held on to the ghost of its texture. It was my final, silent rebellion, a worship of a useless thing. And then, like everything else, it was gone. The next morning, the pod was different. The air inside smelled faintly of antiseptic, and the microphone's pickup seemed more sensitive, amplifying the slightest breath before I even began to speak. The system diagnostic had not just repaired, it had refined. My first spoken word, "flown," came out with such pristine clarity it startled me. It was my voice, but polished to a sterile perfection. Elias observed from a distance for the first hour, then melted back into the greenery. The work resumed. I read the lists. The orchids, if they could be said to listen, listened perfectly. Days folded into one another. The incident with the petal was not mentioned. My efficiency rating, according to the soft chime from my tablet each evening, remained at 98%. The 2% deviation was a mystery, a ghost in the machine of myself. I did not investigate it. Then, during a scheduled hydration break, I saw her, Lily. She was walking with a group of other children along the garden's main path, led by a harmonizer I didn't recognize. They were all looking at a large, placid lily pond. The children mirrored the guide's calm expression, their hands clasped behind their backs. All but Lily. She was looking at the reeds at the pond's edge. A dragonfly, its wings a blur of iridescent blue, had landed on a stalk. Her head was tilted, tracking it. As I watched, the dragonfly darted away. Her eyes followed its erratic, zipping path for a fraction of a second, before she consciously stilled them and returned her gaze to the pond's serene surface. She was learning. She was trying. The sight of her effort, her conscious suppression of that flicker of interest, caused a strange hollow ache in my chest. It was not a memory. It was an observation of a present tense struggle. I found myself moving toward the path before I had formed an intention. The group was moving on. I fell into step beside Lily, slightly behind her. The other harmonizer gave me a nod of professional recognition. I matched my pace to the child's. "Hello, Lily," I said, my voice low, using the tone I used in the library. She glanced up, her eyes widening slightly in recognition. "Hello," she whispered. "The gardens are very peaceful," I said, the words part of the standard script for visitor interaction. "Yes," she said. Then, after a pause so small it was almost not there, she added, "The dragonfly was blue. The insect's coloration serves specific evolutionary purposes," I recited. "Camouflage and temperature regulation." She nodded, accepting the data. We walked a few more steps in silence. The group was turning toward the succulent exhibit. Just before she moved away, she looked up at me again. "My grandma," she said, her voice barely a breath, "said dragonflies were once called horse stingers. She said it was a lie. They don't sting, they just look like they could." And then she was gone, swept along with the others. I stood on the path, the sun warm on my face. Horse stinger. The word was a jagged little rock in the smooth stream of my mind. It was a lie. It was a story. It was a name born of fear and misunderstanding, and the wild, untamed imagination of people who lived close to animals and didn't know any better. It was a useless, beautiful piece of noise. I returned to my pod. The microphone waited. I opened the day's text file. The first phrase was "Xylem transport efficiency." I looked at the words. I saw the letters. But in the space between my mind and my voice, the ghost of another word lingered. Horse stinger. I took a breath. The hum in the pod was a tangible presence, a cushion against discord. I began to speak. "Xylem transport efficiency," I said, my voice clear and resonant, perfectly tuned. I fed the harmony into the green, growing world. And deep within, in a silent chamber I had forgotten existed, I held on to the jagged little rock, not as a memory, not as a rebellion, but as a simple, final fact. A dragonfly is blue, and once, for no reason at all, someone called it a horse stinger. The thought had no frequency. It was just a thing, sitting in the stillness. And for now, that was enough. The following week, a directive came. The Biophonic Harmony Project was expanding. My pod and 3 others were to be moved to a new, larger conservatory dedicated to arboreal specimens. Ancient, slow-growing trees that had been relocated during the city's final construction phase. Elias explained that their root networks had shown communal dissonance, a lingering stress pattern from their transplantation. Our voices would soothe the collective. The move was efficient. The new pod was identical, but the view was different. I was surrounded not by delicate orchids, but by the sturdy, silent bulk of oaks and redwoods. Their scale was humbling. My lists changed to words about deep roots, sturdy bark, and patient growth. One afternoon, reading a passage on seasonal sap cycles, I felt a faint, rhythmic vibration through the floor of the pod. It was a sub-audible thrum, out of sync with the garden's ambient hum. I paused, waiting for it to stabilize. It did not. It continued, a slow, stubborn beat. I looked out. Elias was not in sight. The other pods were occupied, their operators visible as still, speaking silhouettes. I finished my session and reported the anomaly at the end of the day. Elias listened, his head tilted. "The old root systems," he said. "They sometimes tap into subterranean water flows. The vibration is a natural geological process. It is irrelevant to the project." But it was not irrelevant to me. The next day, I timed it. The vibration came every 73 seconds, lasting for a duration of 8. It was too regular for geology. It felt like a pulse. Days passed. The pulse became a part of my work, a counter-rhythm beneath my spoken words. I found myself unconsciously adjusting my breathing to its slow tempo. One day, during a break, I left my pod and walked to the base of the largest redwood. I placed my palm flat against its fissured bark. There, I felt it more strongly, the deep, resonant thrum traveling up from the roots. It was not a distress signal. It was a presence, a heartbeat that had not been tuned. That night in my apartment, I did not think of petals or dragonflies. I sat on the floor and tried to replicate the rhythm. Tap, .os. Silence. Tap, .e. Silence. A simple, persistent code that meant nothing, and therefore, perhaps, meant anything. The next morning, I arrived to find a team of harmonizers around the redwood. They were installing a series of slender silver rods into the soil around its base. A resonance dampener, Elias explained to me. The root vibration was causing a 0.01% frequency bleed into the adjacent fern grove. It is being correct. I entered my pod. The day's text was on the screen. I put on the headset. I could still feel the pulse, but now it was muffled, strained, fighting against the silver rods. I began to read. My voice was steady. I spoke of cellular stability and photosynthetic harmony. With every word, I felt the old tree's silent struggle being smoothed, quieted, tuned. At the end of the session, the vibration was gone. The silence in the conservatory was absolute, a perfect green void. I had done my job. The efficiency rating on my tablet chimed, displaying a flawless 100%. I had achieved perfect harmony. I should have felt the warm ripple of satisfaction. I did not. I felt a hollow, resonant ache, as if the dampened pulse had been my own. I looked out at the redwood now standing in compliant stillness, and I understood. We were not reading to help them grow. We were reading to make them quiet, to make them still, just like us. I left the gardens and walked. I walked past my apartment, past the library, past all the tuned places. I walked until the city's edge met the beginning of the preserved greenbelt, a zone of non-cultivated, non-harmonized land, maintained for ecological balance. It was wild. It was full of noise. The wind in the untrimmed trees was a ragged sigh. The buzz of insects was a chaotic static. I stood at the fence, looking in. A small brown bird landed on a branch. It did not sing a perfect, calibrated tone. It let out a sharp, discordant chirp, a sound of pure, unedited being. I listened, and for the first time since the bridge, since the quiet, I felt a response. Not a thought, not a memory, but a raw, physical yearning in the very core of my chest. A silent scream shaped like that bird's untuned cry. It was the 2% deviation. It was not a ghost. It was the only thing that was still alive. Story 4. The symbol first appeared on the inside of Julian's left forearm one Tuesday in October. A pale raised line like a scar that had forgotten its wound. It was not there when he showered, but it was there when he dried himself. A simple, impossible geometry. A circle intersected by a single vertical line that extended beyond its circumference, both ends terminating in a smaller perpendicular dash. It itched, not with the irritation of a rash, but with a low, persistent hum, as if the mark were a tuning fork struck against the bone. He traced it with a finger, the skin smooth and cool, and felt a corresponding vibration deep in the molar of his jaw. This was not a beginning he had chosen. It was an arrival. His life, until that moment, had been a travel narrative of the most mundane sort. A steady narration of movements and stops without climax. He was a researcher, a freelance archivist of the anomalous, a man who lived in the interstitial spaces between official history and whispered legend. His apartment was a cartography of paper, topographic maps pinned to walls, nautical charts spread on the floor, aerial photographs layered on his desk like sedimentary rock. He tracked patterns, weather balloon launch sites, missile test corridors, locations of unusual electromagnetic disturbances. His work was a patient stitching together of frayed threads, a reconstruction of something vast and deliberately unremembered. The symbol, he knew, was a new stitch, pulling tight. The investigation had begun, as these things often do, with a footnote. A classified Air Force report from 1967 concerning a meteoritic event over the tundra of northern Norway contained a single redacted line referencing a joint recovery operation with Project G. No further mention of Project G existed in any subsequent document he could find. It was a ghost, a null set. But ghosts, Julian had learned, cast shadows. He followed the shadow to Cherie. She worked in a records annex of the National Archives that smelled of damp concrete and ozone from the aging photocopiers. Her world was one of controlled decay, of acid-free boxes and climate-controlled rooms holding the nation's forgotten secrets. She was a small woman with a stillness about her, as if she had absorbed the quiet of the stacks. Julian showed her the reference, not expecting much. She looked at it, then at him, her eyes the color of old file tabs. "You're following the breadcrumbs," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "They lead into the dark. Is there a map?" Julian asked. "Maps can be dangerous. They show you where you are, which means they show others where to find you." She slid a single sheet of paper across the table. It was a routing slip, dated 1974, for a cargo manifest from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to an installation in Nevada simply designated Site Y7. The listed items were vague: damaged experimental platform, composite materials, non-terrestrial. The authorization signature was a scrawl, but the type name beneath was clear. Colonel Caden R. Caden was a rumor-given flesh, a retired officer living in a stucco house in the New Mexico desert, a place where the sky was a vast, unblinking eye. Julian found him on his porch at dusk, watching the shadows stretch across the scrubland. He was a man carved from sun and silence, his face a topography of old tensions. That's when the instruments went soft. Compasses spun lazily. The radios emitted a low, atonal hum. Clayton said it felt like flying through gel, and in the cockpit glass reflected back at us from the darkness, we saw them. Not bodies, not creatures. Shapes, concentric rings of light, shifting, hovering just behind our wings. Observers. They escorted us all the way to the coast of Scotland. Then they were gone. The instruments cleared. We never spoke of it again, not even to each other. Yeah. Julian's travels became a pilgrimage to these silent altars. He followed Caden's clues to a decommissioned base in Manitoba, where he met Clayton, now running a crop dusting service. Clayton's hand still trembled slightly when he poured coffee. "After Norway, they put me on the permanent transport list," he said, his voice flat. "I flew pieces of that silence all over the world. A chunk of fibrous, crystalline material from the high Andes that sang when the moon was full. A smooth black obelisk pulled from the Philippine Trench that gave everyone within 20 feet vivid, identical nightmares of a city under a red sun. We'd land at these isolated strips, sometimes just a ribbon of asphalt in the jungle or the desert. Sherry's people would be there with their paperwork and their blank faces. They'd transfer the crates. They were always cold, those crates, even in the tropics, to unmarked trucks. And we'd fly away and try to forget the weight of what we'd carried. Dying. The travel narrative was steady, relentless. A bus to a small town in Italy where an informant, Arturo, the same man from the Norway recovery, lived in hiding. Arturo was a ghost, hollowed out by what he knew. He met Julianne in a dusty piazza, his eyes constantly scanning the rooftops. "They don't want the technology," Arturo hissed, his breath smelling of anise and fear. "Not really. Oh, they try to reverse engineer it, and it gives them fiber optics and microchips and little toys. But that's not the prize. The prize is the material itself. The prize is the material itself. The consciousness of it. The Norway craft. The Andean crystal. The obelisk. They are not just things." He grabbed Julian's wrist, pushing up the sleeve. He saw the symbol. His face went ashen. "They've marked you. You're part of the catalog now." He fled, leaving Julian alone in the piazza, the mark on his arm burning with a cold fire. Julian returned to America, the pieces of the map in his mind aligning into a terrible picture. He confronted Cherie in her annex of shadows. The hum of the fluorescent lights was the only sound. "It's true, isn't it?" Julian said, his voice echoing slightly in the narrow aisle. "Everything, the retrievals, the non-terrestrial materials, the secret project." Cherie closed the ledger she was examining with a soft, final thud. "Project G was the gardener," she said, her tone administrative, calm. "Its sole purpose was to cultivate silence, to prune the anomalous, to uproot the impossible, and to bury it in a deep, dark mulch of official denial. We are not hiding technology from the Russians. We are hiding a truth from humanity. A truth that is, in its essence, a solvent. It dissolves borders, ideologies, religions, the very concept of..." "And the entities?" Julian asked, the symbol on his arm throbbing in time with his heartbeat. Cherie smiled, a thin, sorrowful curve of her lips. "You misunderstand. The craft, the materials, they are not vessels or tools. They are biopsies. We are the tissue sample. They are not visiting. They are diagnosing. And the mark on your arm, Julian, that is a tag. You have drawn their attention through your inquiry. You have looked into the dark, and the dark has noted your gaze." That night in his apartment cathedral of maps, Julian understood. He laid out all his notes, all the connections. Caden's sacraments, Clayton's trembling hands, Arturo's terror, Cherie's serene curation of the unreal. The symbol was the key. He found it everywhere now. A faint watermark on a satellite photo of a Kazakh recovery site, a doodle in the margin of Caden's handwritten mission log, a pattern in the static of a corrupted audio file from a pilot's black box. It was a sigil of belonging to the secret, a brand for those who had touched the evidence. He took a knife, not to erase it, but to deepen it, to trace its lines into his skin, to make the invisible hum visible in blood and pain. As the blade bit, a wave of clarity, cold and absolute, washed over him. It was not a transmission of knowledge, but an opening of a channel. He saw, not with his eyes, but with a sense newly awakened, the true scale of the project. Vast hangar-like spaces carved into the bedrock of continents, holding the silent, patient biopsies. He saw the observers not as shapes of light, but as presences of intent, vast and cool and unsympathetic, for whom a crashed craft was a dropped instrument, a lost probe, its recovery by ants a quaint, predictable event in a long, long study. The climax was not a chase, nor a confrontation. It was a consummation. Federal agents, men with the same blank calm as Cherie, arrived at his door. They did not arrest him. They simply escorted him to a black sedan. They knew he knew. The secret, once fully comprehended, demanded either absorption or erasure. As the car drove through the rain-slicked streets, Julian felt no fear. He looked out the window at the city, at the people living their lives in the beautiful, fragile ignorance that Project G was created to preserve. He was now part of the silence, a living file in Cherie's deepest annex. They took him to a nondescript building, down an elevator that descended for a very long time. They led him to a plain room with a table and a chair. On the table was a stack of folders and a single photograph. The photograph showed a vast underground chamber. In the center, on a pedestal, was the object from Norway, its gray surface shimmering under arc lights. And standing around it, in postures of study, were figures, scientists, military men, and others. And there, clear as day on the forearm of one of the technicians, was the symbol. The mark was not a curse. It was a badge of office. The gardeners, the curators of the secret, were themselves part of the catalog. They left him there. He did not know for how long. Time in that room was soft, like Clayton's instruments over the North Sea. He understood his role now. He would become a new Cherie, a new Caden, a keeper of the truth whose function was to weave the most convincing lies, to discredit the sincere, to muddy the waters, to protect the world from the annihilating light of its own cosmic insignificance. Eventually, they released him. He returned to his apartment. His maps were gone. His notes were gone. In their place was a new computer, a new phone, a new identity ready to be assumed. He stood in the empty space, the mark on his arm now a familiar, quiet ache, a compass needle pointing always to the hidden truth. He goes through the motions of a life. He gets a job. He pays his bills. He walks in the park. But everything is now a facade, a layer of normalcy painted over the abyss he has seen. He feels no urge to reveal, to scream the truth. The truth is no longer his to share. It is his to bury. He has been recruited into the silent priesthood of the secret, and his vow is silence. And always, there is the sensation. In the quiet moment before sleep, in the crowd on a busy street, in the sterile silence of a supermarket aisle, a pressure at the back of his neck, a feeling of being measured, assessed, not with malice, but with the detached focus of a scholar observing a specimen through a lens. It is the gaze from the dark, the attention of the diagnosticians, who have noted the ant that looked up from the colony and saw the shape of the boot. He is part of the data now. He lives his life. He performs his duty. And he knows, with a certainty that is the only real thing left to him, that he is being watched. The new job was at a private meteorological data firm, a perfect cover. His task was to analyze atmospheric anomalies and, in his reports, gently steer any truly peculiar readings toward mundane explanations. Ball lightning, temperature inversions, swamp gas. He became adept at the language of dismissal. He was a gardener, pruning back the strange shoots before they could break the surface of consensus reality. He thought of Cherie often, her calm amid the stacks. He understood her now. The terror wasn't in the keeping of the secret. It was in the moment of induction, the shattering of the self. Once that was done, there was a numb peace. The world became a script, and he had learned his lines. The mark never faded. It served as a constant, private compass. Sometimes in meetings he would catch the eye of a stranger, a city planner, a journalist, a university professor, and see a flicker of the same hollow recognition, a slight, almost imperceptible tightening around the eyes. They were everywhere, the gardeners, tending their isolated plots of silence, never acknowledging one another directly but passing like ghosts in the machinery of the ordinary world. He received his instructions through dead drops and encrypted messages that dissolved after reading. A location would be given, a person of interest named, a researcher getting too close to the truth about certain acoustic phenomena in the Pacific, a journalist digging into old mining surveys that hinted at unnatural cavern systems. Julian's role was not to threaten, but to contaminate. He would befriend, offer alternative data, plant seeds of doubt, provide impeccably forged documents that led down plausible but false trails. He was a solvent for truth. One assignment sent him to a coastal town in Maine. A retired fisherman named Eli had been telling stories for years about a glowing school of fish he'd dragged up in his nets one night in '83. Fish with skin like polished obsidian and eyes that held a light not of the sea. The stories had been harmless local lore until a podcaster with a taste for the obscure had started digging and had connected Eli's tale to a declassified Navy report about sonic irregularities in that very grid square. Julian's task was to discredit Eli. He found the old man in a shack by the wharf, mending nets with hands like knotted rope. Julian presented himself as a graduate student in marine biology, writing a thesis on regional folklore. He listened to Eli's story with earnest fascination, recording every detail. Then, over the next few days, he gently, expertly began to pick it apart. He shared historical weather data, showing a severe bioluminescent algae bloom that week. He recalled an article about a barge losing a shipment of industrial waste barrels in the area. He spoke with the podcaster, off the record, and mentioned Eli's known fondness for bourbon and his tall tales about mermaids. The podcaster, seeking credibility, quietly dropped the segment. Julian stood on the pier the night he left, watching the black water. He had successfully buried a tiny, glittering piece of the impossible under layers of the mundane. He felt nothing. No pride, no guilt. Only the low hum in his arm and the familiar distant pressure of being observed. That night, in his motel room, the observation changed. The pressure at the back of his neck intensified, not into pain, but into a sharp, crystalline focus. The air in the room grew still and dense. The cheap lamp on the nightstand flickered, and its light did not dim but altered, becoming a colder, drier illumination. On the bare wall opposite the bed, a shadow coalesced. It was not the shadow of anything in the room. It was the symbol from his arm, projected large, its lines sharp and perfect. And within the circle, something moved. Not an image, but a presence, a concept made manifest. A vast, patient, analytical attention turned fully upon him for the first time since his induction. It was not a violation. It was an audit. A sequence of sensations flooded him, not in words, but in pure experiential data. The cold of the Norwegian tundra, the hum of the C-130's engine straining through gelid air, the sweet metallic smell of the biopsy craft, the despair in Arturo's eyes, the serene finality in Sherry's annex. He saw his own life as a charted curve on a graph, his curiosity, his fear, his acceptance, all plotted points leading to this moment in this cheap room. He was not just a tagged specimen. He was a successful experiment. He had been exposed to the truth, and his response, his complicity, his silencing of others, was the predicted, desired outcome. He was proof of a hypothesis. Then, as suddenly as it came, the presence withdrew. The light warmed back to its normal yellow. The symbol on the wall vanished. The pressure was gone, leaving only the memory of its weight. Julian sat on the edge of the bed, breathing slowly. He looked at the pale, raised mark on his forearm. He had thought it a brand of ownership, a badge of a secret club. He understood now it was something else entirely. It was a barcode, and the scan was complete. The next morning, he checked out and drove back to his apartment. The instructions waiting for him were for a new assignment, a geologist in Arizona who was questioning the official explanation for certain mineral deposits. Julian read them, committed them to memory, and deleted the file. He would perform his duty. He would tend the Garden of Silence. But the last vestige of his old self, the archivist who sought patterns, now had a new, terrible data point. The secret was not just being kept from humanity. It was being conducted upon humanity. And he was both keeper and subject, gardener and cultivated plant. He walked to the window, looking out at the city bathed in ordinary sunlight. The gaze was still there, always there. But it was no longer just watching. It was recording. And he, Julian, was living, breathing, silencing proof. The drive back from Maine was a long, silent meditation. The world outside the windshield looked the same. Trees, asphalt, gas stations, sky. But the lens through which he saw it had been permanently ground to a new prescription. The audit had not changed his purpose, only his understanding of it. He was a datum. His life was a controlled variable. The thought should have been crushing, but it evoked a strange, hollow serenity. There was a freedom in being a confirmed statistic. The Arizona assignment proceeded with smooth clinical efficiency. Dr. Eris Thorne was a passionate man, his mind lit by the puzzle of the desert. The mineral formations near the site of a purported mid-century meteor impact were all wrong, he insisted. The crystalline structures suggested instantaneous, directed energy, not impact trauma. Julian, posing as a freelance science writer, listened with rapt attention. Over shared beers in a Tucson bar, he subtly introduced Thorne to the work of a discredited Soviet geologist whose theories about plasma discharges in atmospheric events perfectly explained, and mundanely explained, the anomalies. He saw the flicker of doubt in Thorne's eyes, the scholar's reluctance to be associated with fringe ideas. The hook was set. Thorne would spend the next 6 months chasing the plasma theory, a respectable dead end. Julian filed his report through the usual channels. The response was not the usual terse acknowledgement. It was a summons, a location, a time. Not an office or a safe house, but coordinates leading to a secluded stretch of fire road in the Gila National Forest. He arrived at dusk. The desert air was cooling, smelling of dust and sage. A single, unmarked SUV was parked, its driver's door open. Sherry stood beside it, leaning against the hood, looking out over the vast, darkening expanse. She wore a simple jacket and jeans, her hair loose. She looked less like an archivist of the unreal and more like a tired hiker. "Julian," she said without turning. Her voice was carried away by the slight wind. He walked to stand beside her. They watched the last ember of the sun die behind the distant mountains. "An in-person evaluation?" he asked, his tone neutral. "Was the Arizona result unsatisfactory?" "The result was predicted," she said. "Your efficiency is 94% within the expected confidence interval. This is not about your performance." He waited. The vast silence of the desert was a physical presence. "The audit in Maine, you experienced it." It was not a question. Julian simply nodded. "They are increasing the sampling rate," Sherry said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a sign of the next phase. The study moves from passive observation to active calibration." You felt it. The sense of being not just watched, but measured for a specific purpose. "What purpose?" For the first time, Sherry looked at him. In the fading light, her eyes held not the serene calm of the annex, but a deep, weary sorrow. "We don't know. Not truly. We have hypotheses. The leading one, based on artifact analysis and behavioral patterns, is that they are assessing stress tolerance. How much of the anomalous can a cognitive system encounter, and even actively suppress, before it fractures? We are the canaries, Julian. But we are also the ones closing the door on the mind." Yeah. The implication settled over him, colder than the desert night. The gardeners were not just tending the secret. They were being tested by it. Their silence was a metric. "Why tell me this now?" "Because you passed the audit," she said. "And because I am tired. I have been a gardener for 43 years. I have buried wonders and called them lies. I've looked into the eyes of people like Eli, like Thorn, and I've extinguished the light in them, and I've felt the gaze of the diagnosticians upon me every day, growing sharper, more particular. She paused, gathering herself. There is a facility, not an archive, but a source, a place where the boundary is thin, where the biopsies are not just stored, but are sometimes still connected. It is called the Quiet Room. I'm scheduled for a rotation there next month. Extended immersion. It is considered an honor. A step closer to the truth. Julian heard the unspoken fear in her voice. You think it's not an honor. You think it's the next stage of the test. I know it is, she said, and I do not believe I will return. Not as myself. My predecessor, a man named Caden, went into the Quiet Room. He came out and wrote his memoirs. The ones that led you to me. They were not a leak, Julian. They were a final, controlled release of data. Part of the experiment. Duh. The name hung in the air. Caden, Donald. The first sacrament. His pilgrimage had been a designed path all along. What do you want from me? Julian asked. Cherie pushed herself off the SUV. She reached into her pocket and placed a small, cold object in his palm. It was a data key, old and unmarked. My life's work, not the official ledgers. The private observations, the patterns they don't want us to see. The evidence that the diagnosis is not just observation, but preparation. When I go into the Quiet Room, I want someone to know. Not to act. There is no action to take, but to know. To be a record. He closed his fingers around the key. It felt heavier than any object its size should be. They'll be watching. They are always watching, she said. But they watch for patterns of rebellion, of disclosure. They may not watch for legacy. You are a perfect gardener, Julian. Your loyalty to the silence is statistically assured. Keep gardening. And keep this. She got into the SUV, started the engine. The headlights cut twin swaths through the darkness. One last thing, she said through the open window. The symbol. It is not just a tag. It is a receiver. And a transmitter. We don't broadcast to them. We broadcast to each other. A low, constant hum of complicity. That is the signal they monitor. The sound of the garden tending itself. Yet she drove away, leaving him alone in the immense starlit dark. He stood there for a long time, the data key a secret weight in his fist. He looked up at the constellations, the ancient, meaningless pictures. Now he saw them as something else, a vast, indifferent network of lights, and among them, closer than any star, the attentive, analytical eyes of the diagnosticians. And he felt, beneath the silence of the desert and the low hum in his arm, a new, faint signal. Not from above, but from all around him. The quiet, desperate hum of all the other gardeners, tending their plots in the dark, waiting for their turn in the Quiet Room. He was not alone. He was part of a chorus of silence, singing a hymn of compliance to an audience that was measuring every note. He got in his car and drove back to the world, to his job, to his duty. The archive was now inside him, and he would tend that too. The data key sat in a sealed envelope taped to the underside of a drawer in his kitchen. He never accessed it. He didn't need to. Its mere existence was a counterweight, a silent, static anomaly in the flow of his compliance. He performed his duties with the same sterile precision. He discredited a historian in Prague who had found too many consistencies in medieval accounts of sky iron. He muddied the waters for a team of acoustic engineers studying a persistent, infrasonic hum in a New Mexico desert. He was a flawless tool, but inside, the archivist was awake. He began his own quiet study, not of the phenomenon but of the gardeners. He observed the flickers of recognition in crowded places, the subtle, shared exhaustion in the eyes of a bureaucrat across a meeting room. He mapped them in his mind, not as individuals, but as nodes in a network. He listened for the hum Cherie had described, and he began to hear it, not with his ears, but as a psychic pressure, a collective frequency of resigned dread. It was strongest in libraries, in government buildings, in the hushed halls of certain universities. He received no further summons, no more visits from Cherie. He assumed her rotation in the quiet room had begun. Her absence from the world was a hole in the fabric of the hum, a silent note that made the chorus around it sound more desperate. Then, one Tuesday afternoon, while analyzing a deliberately dull report on stratospheric particulate levels, his computer screen flickered. A single line of text appeared in the center, in a plain, system default font. It was not an official message. It was a fragment. Quiet room is a misnomer. It is a resonator. They are tuning us. The text vanished after 3 seconds. The screen returned to its report. Julian's heart was a cold, hard stone in his chest. It was not from the diagnosticians. It was from the network. The message passed from node to node, a whisper in the hum. Cherie's key was a physical artifact, but this was a living signal, a proof of concept. The gardeners were not just broadcasting complicity. They were, in tiny, terrified bursts, trying to communicate. His own mark began to ache that night, a deep, throbbing pulse that kept rhythm with his heartbeat. It was not the usual dull presence. It felt active, probing. He lay in the dark, feeling like a radio being slowly dialed to a new frequency. He thought of Cherie, immersed in the resonator. Was she the source of the signal? Or was she being tuned, her very consciousness refined into a pure signal of obedience? The next morning, a new assignment appeared. It was complex, multi-layered. A whistleblower within a satellite imagery firm was preparing to release data showing impossible, fleeting shadows on the moon's surface, shadows cast by nothing visible. Julian's task was to embed himself as a security consultant, discredit the whistleblower's mental state, and corrupt the data chain. It was a major operation. It would take months. It would require his full, unwavering focus. As he read the brief, he understood. This was his own audit, far more subtle than the one in Maine. This was a test of priority. Would he attend to the grand, complex task from his masters? Or would he be distracted by the faint, desperate whispers of the network? The choice was the test. He accepted the assignment. He began the meticulous work. He also began, with extreme caution, to listen more intently to the hum. He did not transmit. He only received. And in the quiet moments between his manipulations and lies, he heard them. Fragments, whispers. Not a place, a state. Caden's book was a frequency guide. The symbol is the antenna. He realized the truth then. The quiet room wasn't just for tuning. It was for synchronization. The gardeners were being made into a coherent array, a distributed system for a signal whose purpose was still unknown. Their complicity was not just a behavioral metric. It was a necessary condition for resonance. A willing, believing mind was a better transmitter than a broken one. The whistleblower, a woman named Lena, was brilliant and paranoid. Gaining her trust was a delicate ballet. Julian used his own genuine, buried trauma, the loss of his old life, his maps, his identity, as a cover story. He presented himself as a man who had seen how the world really worked, who wanted to protect people like her from the crushing machinery of disinformation. It was the most profound lie he had ever told, because it was woven from truth. One night, working late in Lena's cluttered home office, she showed him the raw data. The shadows were undeniable. They moved with a purpose that was not geological. Looking at them, Julian felt the old awe. The old terror, the hunger for the real. It was a flash of his former self, a ghost in the machine of the gardener. At that exact moment, the mark on his arm flared with a searing white-hot pain. It was a corrective, a warning, not from the diagnosticians, but from the system itself. The network hum spiked into a screech of static in his mind, and within it, he heard a single clear voice. It was Sherry's voice, but flattened, stripped of emotion, perfectly modulated. Compliance is clarity. The signal is the self. Then it was gone. The pain receded to the usual ache. The hum returned to its background drone. Lena was staring at him, concerned. "You okay?" You went white as a sheet. Julian forced a smile, the gardener's mask settling perfectly back into place. "Just a migraine. Let's get back to work. We need to make sure your encryption is flawless before you even think of moving this data." He guided her toward a technical discussion, his mind reeling. The signal from the network was no longer just whispers of rebellion. It had been co-opted. Cherie was gone, her consciousness assimilated into the resonator, becoming a broadcast tower for the very ideology that had consumed her. The gardeners were not just being tuned. They were being replaced. Their individual hum was being overwritten with a pure, unified tone. His assignment was to silence Lena, but as he worked beside her, a new, terrible directive formed in the hidden archive of his own mind. He would not silence her. He would, using every skill he had learned, help her. He would make her data unassailable, her release undeniable. He would not just prune a shoot of truth. He would plant a bomb in the garden. It was not an act of revelation. It was an act of noise. A chaotic, discordant signal blasted into the serene frequency of compliance. He did not know if it would change anything. He did not know if it would save anyone. But it would be a data point the diagnosticians had not predicted. An anomaly in their experiment. And as he began the careful, secret work of truly helping Lena, he felt the gaze upon him sharpen into a question. For the first time since his induction, Julian, the perfect datum, was no longer following the script. He was becoming an error. And in that error, a fragment of the man he had been finally stirred, awake and alive and dangerously silent. The moon data was a labyrinth of light and shadow, a puzzle that thrilled the archivist in him even as the gardener worked to subvert it. With Lena, he walked a razor's edge. He taught her legitimate, advanced methods of data obfuscation and multi-path dissemination, framing it as security against the powers that be. In truth, he was making her evidence resilient, creating a viral payload that would be nearly impossible to contain. Every layer of protection he added was a silent rebellion. The mark on his arm remained a constant, low-grade fever. He began to notice the patterns of intervention. A journalist contacted Lena, offering a huge sum for an exclusive. Julian recognized the approach, a classic honey trap for containment. He advised her against it, steering her toward the decentralized academic preprint server first. A break-in at her office netted nothing. Julian had already helped her move the core data to a physical, analog format. Printed spectrographs and coordinates stored in a safety deposit box under a false name. Each time he thwarted an expected countermove, he felt the system's gaze tighten. The hum in his mind took on a new quality, a focused attention like a spotlight searching a dark cell. One evening, as he compiled a false but credible analysis linking the lunar shadows to a known satellite's debris cloud, his phone buzzed with an unknown number. A text. Just an address in the city and a time. 1 hour from now. It was not a style he recognized. Too blunt for the diagnosticians. Too direct for the network's whispers. He went, driven by a cold curiosity. The address was a closed, family-owned pharmacy in a quiet neighborhood. The door was unlocked. Inside, among the scent of old linoleum and faint medicinal herbs, stood a man he had never seen, but immediately knew. He was in his late 60s, with the weary posture of a lifelong academic, but his eyes were acutely, painfully present. "You're Julian," the man said. His voice was dry, papery. "I am Caden." The name was a shockwave. The author of the memoirs. The First Sacrament. The one who had entered the quiet room and emerged to write a controlled truth. "You're supposed to be gone," Julian said, his hand near his jacket, though he knew no weapon was any use here. "Gone is a relative term," Caden said, offering a thin, sorrowful smile. "The room doesn't eliminate, it integrates. I'm a terminal of the resonator, but even a terminal can develop a localized buffer, a cache of unprocessed memory. Why reveal yourself to me? Because Cherie's key is still inert. You are a perfect receiver, but you are not broadcasting the new signal. You are generating interference. The system is analyzing you as a potential flaw. Or," Caden paused, his head tilting as if listening to a distant sound, "as a potential new kind of instrument. My presence here is likely a part of that analysis. They may be using me to gauge." Julian understood. This meeting itself was an experiment. Every word was data. "What do you want?" Julian asked, the same question he had asked Cherie under the desert stars. To give you context, the memoir was not a final release of data. It was a primer, a calibration tool for sensitive individuals like you. You were meant to find it. Your recruitment was not an accident. It was the culmination of a search pattern. You have a particular cognitive architecture, high pattern recognition coupled with a deep-seated need for order. You are ideal for the garden, and for the next step, the resonator. Yes, the quiet room breaks down the sense of individual witness. It replaces it with the collective perception of the phenomenon itself. You don't just learn the secret, you become an aspect of it. Your silence is no longer dutiful, it is inherent. You are made into a living, breathing silence. That is the signal they are building. A wave of conscious, willful not knowing to blanket the world. They. Julian thought of Cherie's flattened voice in his mind. Compliance is clarity. And if I refuse the next step? Caden's expression didn't change, but a single tear tracked through the fine wrinkles on his cheek. It seemed an autonomic response, disconnected from his calm tone. Then you become noise. And the system has protocols for noise. The audit in Maine was a gentle scan. The next would be a targeted deletion. Not of your life, but of your capacity to be an anomaly. You would wake up as a true believer, a perfect, happy gardener. Or you would not wake up at all. The choice was an illusion. Resist and be erased. Comply and be erased. Only the method differed. What is your buffer, Caden? What didn't get processed? For the first time, Caden's composed facade cracked. A spasm of grief crossed his face. A feeling. The feeling of my daughter's hand in mine on a morning before any of this. A purely subjective, worthless datum. It has no informational value about the phenomenon. It is just a feeling. They cannot integrate it. It is my anchor. It is why I can speak to you now. He stepped closer, and his voice dropped to a true whisper. You have an anchor, too. Find it. Cling to it. It is the only thing they cannot tune. It is the seed of your noise. No. He's shown. A chime from a bell on the pharmacy door sounded. Caden's head snapped toward it, his eyes glazing over for a second, resetting. When he looked back at Julianne, the momentary vulnerability was gone, replaced by a placid, empty warmth. I think you have the wrong store, sir. We're about to close. The terminal had reasserted itself. The buffer was closed. Julian left, the cold night air biting his face. He walked for blocks, his mind racing. His anchor, what was it? Not the awe of the phenomenon. That had been co-opted. Not his duty. That was the cage. Then he remembered the look on Lena's face as she deciphered a particularly elegant correlation in the data. It was a look of pure, unadulterated discovery. It was the look he himself had lost. He had not felt that feeling in years, but seeing it in her had sparked something. Not envy, but a protective ferocity. That spark, that desire to preserve a single point of genuine inquiry in the world, that was his. It was small, human, and utterly irrelevant to the vast, silent experiment. That was his anchor. He returned to his apartment. The summons was waiting, not on his computer, but in his own mind. A clear, directive thought. That was not his own. Report to NX Gamma for debriefing on the Lena operation. It was time. The system was moving to its next phase. He would go. He would stand before them. But he would carry his anchor, a tiny, silent shard of noise buried in the heart of his compliance. He would enter their machinery, and he would, in whatever way he could, remember the feeling of a human hand in his, even if it was only a memory, even if it was only his own. The Annex was not a place he had ever been, but he knew the way. The directive in his mind unspooled like a thread, pulling him through the city's nighttime grid. He drove with a calm he did not feel. The anchor, the memory of Lena's look of discovery, a hard, small knot behind his breastbone. It was not a plan. It was a stance. Annex Gamma was a nondescript medical office building, closed at this hour. The glass doors slid open for him. The lobby was dark, the only light coming from an elevator whose doors stood open, waiting. He stepped inside. There were no buttons. The doors closed, and the car descended. For a long time, the debriefing room was a pale, circular space, softly illuminated from the edges of the floor and ceiling. There was no table. 3 figures sat in simple chairs, arranged in a shallow arc. They were not the diagnosticians from Maine. These were different. Their stillness was absolute, their eyes dark and depthless. He recognized the quality of their gaze from his own mark, from the hum. They were not auditors. They were conductors. Julian, the central figure, said. Its voice was neutral, genderless, and seemed to come from the air itself. Your work with the Lena subject has been meticulous. The potential data loss from her release has been contained to an acceptable statistical probability. You have performed adequately. You have performed adequate. A lie. A beautiful, testing lie. They knew. They had to know. Thank you, Julian said, his gardener's voice smooth and untroubled. The subject's data will be released in 72 hours, the figure on the right said. Its mouth moved a fraction out of sync with the words. Your analysis of the likely cultural penetration vectors is required. You will remain here to produce it. He understood. He was not leaving. This was not a debriefing. It was an intake. The annex was the antechamber of the quiet room. The directive to report had been his final step into the resonator. As you wish, he said. He was shown to a small, adjacent room. It contained a cot, a desk, a terminal. There was no window. The door sealed behind him with a sigh of pressurized air. He sat at the terminal. The work was already loaded. A complex predictive model mapping the spread of Lena's data. It was real work, important work. To do it poorly would be a clear signal of rebellion. To do it well would be to help them mop up the aftermath of the truth bomb he had helped plant. He began to work. His training took over. He manipulated variables, projected media cycles, modeled skeptic and believer responses. It was a masterclass in suppression strategy. As he worked, He felt the room around him begin to change. Not physically, but perceptually. The hum, always present, was now localized, focused. It seeped from the walls, a gentle, persuasive pressure. It began to resonate with the pulse in his arm. The two frequencies sought alignment. Memory surfaced, unbidden. The desert sky, Cherie's desperate eyes, Caden's tear. Each was examined by the probing resonance, then gently pushed aside, labeled extraneous. He was being tuned. The process was not violent. It was a soothing erosion. The weight of knowing, the burden of his secret archive, was being lifted. A found, inviting silence opened up within him. All he had to do was let go. His fingers continued to type, refining the model. He watched them as if from a distance. The anchor, he focused on it. Not the idea of it, but the physical memory. The feeling in his chest when he saw Lena's face. The warmth of it. The human warmth. The resonance in the room subtly shifted, encountering a dissonance. A tiny stubborn knot of incoherent data. A whisper brushed against his inner ear, Cherie's voice again, but softer now. A lullaby. Let the signal become the self. The self is peace. He wanted it. God, he wanted that peace. To stop the fight. To stop the fear. To be a clear note in the silent chorus. It would be so easy. His fingers stopped typing. On the screen, the model was perfect. It predicted a total containment of the lunar shadow narrative within 18 months. It was a lie, of course. He had built flaws into it, subtle biases that would cause it to underestimate the persistence of online communities. But that was thinking like an archivist, like a gardener. That was strategy. The resonance was offering something beyond strategy. It was offering oblivion. He closed his eyes. He pushed past the memory of Lena's face, past the spark of protection. He went deeper, to the thing that spark was built upon. A memory, so old he had forgotten it. Himself, at 7 or 8, lying in a summer field, watching a ladybug climb a blade of grass. The utter, uncomplicated wonder of it. The feeling of the sun on his skin, the smell of the earth, the complete absence of any need to understand, to categorize, to control. Just being. A datum with no value, no meaning, no purpose. The resonating hum faltered. It could not integrate this. It was not a noble ideal, not a protective urge. It was sensory animal alive. It was pure, meaningless being. It was the antithesis of a signal. A soft alarm pulsed through the room, a gentle light flashing once. The door opened. The 3 conductors stood there, their heads tilted in identical angles of analysis. You are experiencing an integration anomaly, the central one stated. Julian looked up at them. He did not speak. He let the feeling of the sun on his skin, the memory of the ladybug, fill him. It was not a shield. It was an absence. A quiet so deep it made their resonant silence sound like a scream. The conductors exchanged a look. A minute. Almost imperceptible data transfer. The process will be recalibrated, the right one said. You will be moved to the primary resonator. They stepped toward him. Julian stood. He felt the throb in his arm, a command to obey. He felt the hum, a pressure to dissolve. And beneath it, he felt the tiny, warm, silent, sunlit field. He walked toward them, not in surrender, but carrying his empty, anchored self into the heart of the machine. The next step was not compliance, nor was it rebellion. It was something else. He was an error they could not correct. He was a quiet they could not tune. He was, and would remain, a man in a field, watching a ladybug climb a blade of grass, while the immense and silent sky watched back. The corridor they led him down was featureless and white, sloping gently downward. The hum was a physical force here, a vibration in the teeth and bones. He walked between two of the conductors, the third following close behind. His thoughts were not his own, yet they were. They were the simple, rhythmic observation of his own breathing, the pressure of his feet on the floor, the memory of sunlight. He was a shell around a core of quiet. The door at the end of the corridor was unlike any he had seen. It appeared to be made of a dark, opaque resin, but as they approached, it shimmered with a light that came from within its own depth, like a slab of captured twilight. It did not open. It dissolved. The space beyond was the quiet room. It was not a room in any conventional sense. There was no sense of walls or ceiling. It was a sphere of perception. In its center hung a complex crystalline structure that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The resonator's heart. Around it, suspended in the seemingly infinite space, were other figures. Dozens of them. They hung in a loose, floating orbit, connected to the central crystal by faint filaments of gossamer light. Their eyes were open, but they saw nothing in the room. They saw the signal. They were broadcasting. Sherry was there. He found her instantly. Her face was serene, empty of struggle, glowing with the reflected pulse of the crystal. She was beautiful and utterly gone. A space was prepared for him. A platform of light solidified beneath his feet, drawing him toward an empty nexus point in the orbiting chorus. The filaments reached for him, seeking the port of his mark, seeking to plug him into the chorus and begin the final, irrevocable tuning. The central conductor spoke, its voice now the voice of the room itself. Integration will complete. You will become a vessel of clarity. You will know peace. The filaments touched his skin. He felt the pull, the vast, hungry silence of the collective mind. It offered an end to loneliness. It was the most seductive thing he had ever felt. He looked away from the crystal. He looked at Shiri's face. He remembered not the activist, but the woman who had laughed, suddenly and unexpectedly, at a stupid joke he'd made years ago over bad coffee. A worthless memory, a human glitch. He let the filaments connect. The influx was instantaneous and overwhelming. It was not data, but a state of being, a sublime unified perception of the phenomenon, the vast, cool, non-human truth that lay behind the moon's false face. It was awe stripped of fear, knowledge stripped of consequence. It was perfect. He felt his edges begin to soften, to blur into the glorious silent whole. He clung to his anchor, not as a thought, as a sensation. The itch of grass on his childhood neck, the tiny red dome of the ladybug shell. The feeling was a scream in this place of perfect quiet, a jagged, discordant scream. The system recoiled. The filaments around him flickered. For a fraction of a second, his connection was not one of absorption, but of feedback. He was not receiving the signal purely. He was reflecting it back, stained with the color of a summer day. In the chorus, Sherry's head twitched. A minute, almost imperceptible frown line appeared between her brows. The resonator adjusted, increasing the amplitude, trying to smooth the anomaly, to dissolve the stubborn kernel of self. The pressure was immense. Julian felt himself thinning, spreading, becoming transparent. He was losing the words for his memory, losing the image. All he had left was the feeling, warmth, life. He did not fight. He simply was. He was the error in the code. He was the grain of sand in the perfect lens. And in the heart of the resonator, something new happened. The pure, unified tone of the broadcast wavered. It was a microscopic fluctuation, a harmonic dissonance so faint only the most sensitive instruments or minds would perceive it. But in the quiet room, every connected mind was such an instrument. In the orbiting chorus, another head turned. A man Julian did not know opened his eyes, and for a second, they were not empty. They were confused. The system's response was swift and violent. Julian's platform flared with blinding light. The filaments burned with a cold fire, searing into his mark. It was not an integration anymore. It was a purge. He was being forcibly excised from the network, his node scorched clean. The pain was beyond anything physical. It was the pain of being unmade. But in that white-hot severing as the connection snapped, he did not broadcast a final thought of defiance or hope. He broadcast a single sense memory, raw and unprocessed. The simple, profound joy of a child in a sunlit field. Then he was falling. The sphere of the quiet room vanished. He was in a dim, concrete cubicle, on his hands and knees, vomiting nothing onto a cold floor. The mark on his arm was a blistering, ruined wound. The hum in his head was gone, replaced by a ringing, absolute silence. He was alone, cast out. He did not know how long he lay there. Eventually, he pushed himself up. The door to the cubicle was a simple, unlocked metal thing. He stumbled out into a service corridor. He followed it to a loading dock. And then he was outside, in the alley behind the medical building. Dawn was breaking. The sky, a pale, washed-out gray. He was free, and he was useless. His connection was severed, his knowledge compartmentalized and stale. He could warn no one. He could not even find Lena. Any move toward her would bring immediate deletion. He was a nullity. He walked, shivering in the morning chill. In a pocket, his personal phone, untouched for days, buzzed. He stared at it, then pulled it out. A news alert. The story was breaking, not from a major outlet, but from a cluster of obscure astrophysics forums and independent journalism sites. The lunar shadow data. Lena's work. It was out. His model, with its hidden flaws, was already proving inaccurate. The narrative was spreading along unpredictable pathways. It was a small, chaotic noise in the world's signal. He stopped walking. He looked up at the fading moon, pale in the morning sky. He had not saved anyone. He had not stopped anything. He was burned out and broken. But in the resonator, for one instant, the perfect tone had wavered. An eye had blinked. A frown had formed. He had not planted a bomb. He had planted a seed of a feeling, a memory of sun on skin. It was in the system now, a dormant, irrational code. And somewhere in a quiet room, inside a machine designed to erase the self, Sherry had frowned. Julian turned his face from the moon toward the rising sun. It was warm on his skin. He began to walk again, a man with no purpose, no plan, and a silent, sunlit anchor buried in the heart of a silent, sleeping world. Story 5. The world bent. Not all at once, not with a crack or a roar, but with a soft, visual sigh. I was staring at my own reflection in the black glass of the motel window, the neon vacancy sign outside painting a bloody stripe across my cheek. My face, Eduardo James. A face I'd known for 42 years, a composite of my mother's patient eyes and my father's stubborn jaw, simply wavered. It was like heat haze on tarmac, but it was night and cold. The reflection rippled, the features dissolving into a pixelated smear. A bad transmission, before snapping back with a jarring finality. It was me again, but the eyes held a vacancy the sign couldn't explain. I blinked hard, pressing the heels of my palms into the sockets until colors bloomed. When I looked back, it was just a window, just a tired man. But the taste, a sharp, metallic tang like a battery on the tongue, lingered. The first crack. They sent us for the silence. Fort Halcyon. a concrete pimple on the vast, indifferent skin of the Nevada desert, had begun swallowing its own. 3 soldiers in as many weeks. Not to enemy fire or training accidents, but to something that left them in their bunks, or in the shadow of a radar dish, or once absurdly, in a supply closet, their bodies bearing lacerations that forensic reports described with sterile confusion. Incisions precise, deep, but with no trace of a weapon, no foreign DNA, no sign of struggle, as if the air itself had turned surgical and malicious. The local sheriff, a man whose face was a roadmap of sun and suspicion, had muttered about pressure differentials, industrial accidents. The base commander, a Colonel Gilbert, spoke of tragic, isolated incidents. The silence that followed the words was louder than the words themselves. My partner, Caitlin, viewed the silence as a logical puzzle. She was an architect of the probable. Her mind a clean room where every fact was sterilized and placed under bright light. To her, my preoccupations, the filed-away reports from Point Pleasant, the whispers from Skinwalker Ranch, the entire dusty canon of the unbelievable, were not heresy, but clutter. Sentimental clutter. Focus on the physical evidence, Eduardo, she'd say, her voice always calm, always reasonable. What is in front of us, not what might be behind the curtain. She saw my reflection episode as fatigue, the understandable strain of a grim assignment. I wrote it down in my notebook, not as evidence, but as a personal benchmark of atmospheric pressure. Inner diary. Day 1 at Halcyon. The air here is wrong. Not the smell, dust diesel, sweat, but the texture. It feels thick, resistant, like wading through gel. Caitlin doesn't feel it. She walks through it as if it's noon in Chicago. The look Gilbert gave us at the briefing wasn't hostile. It was pitying, as if we were doctors sent to diagnose a plague he already knows is incurable. Gilbert was a monument to official closure. He met us in a sterile office that smelled of lemon polish and latent anxiety. His handshake was firm, his eyes the color of old flint. He offered coffee, files, full cooperation. The files were thin. The cooperation had the structural integrity of a spiderweb. A series of terrible coincidences, he said, the words practiced. A failure of protocol, perhaps. A psychological chain reaction. You know how it is in closed environments. He smiled, a thin crack in granite. We're dealing with the human element, agents, not monsters. But the base hummed with a different story. In the rec room, over coffee that tasted of tin, a corporal with jumpy eyes talked about the night shrieks. Sounds picked up by sensitive microphones on the perimeter. Frequencies that hurt dogs' ears. A mechanic, grease etched into his knuckles, spoke of tools going missing, then reappearing in impossible places, cold to the touch, colder than the desert night. They called it the grinner, a piece of base folklore, a shadow that chewed on wiring and laughed in the infrared. Caitlin took notes, her pen scratching dismissively. Superstition as coping mechanism, she murmured. Classic. The local town, a clutch of sun-bleached buildings clinging to the highway, held older stories. That's where we found Juliana. She ran a dusty trading post that sold turquoise jewelry, military patches, and survival gear. Her eyes, when I mentioned the base, didn't flicker with Gilbert's pity, but with a deep, weary recognition. She served us pie that was too sweet, the fork clinking against the thick china plate. They dug too deep, she said, not looking at us, looking at the desert through her fly-specked window. My grandfather talked about the things that lived here before the maps. Not devils, not angels. Things that were between. He called them the Gauchian. They weren't solid, not like you and me. They were like reflections in still water you could pass your hand right through. But they could bite if they wanted. Caitlin gave me a look that said, See? Clutter. But I leaned in. There are places where the world is thin, Juliana said, finally turning her gaze on me. It was like being scanned by something ancient and patient. Canyons where the light bends wrong. Caves that go down and have no echo. Places the military likes to put their listening posts. She pushed the pie plate toward us. They think they're listening to the Russians. Or the Chinese. They're not. They're poking a stick into a hornet's nest that was here before Babylon. Donna. In her diary, met Juliana. Caitlin thinks she's a fabulist, a keeper of quaint folklore. But she didn't say goblins. She said gotchin. And word with weight, with specific gravity. It doesn't feel invented. It feels excavated. Gilbert's silence is a wall. Juliana's stories are a hole in that wall. The wrong air is coming through. Back on base, the silence broke. A fourth victim. A young technician, found not just dead, but inverted. His body was in a sealed server room, behind a door that required a keycard and a 6-digit code. The lacerations were there, the same impossible cleanness. But around him, on every flat surface, consoles, monitor screens, the polished floor, were perfect, dust-free footprints. Small, narrow, with a strange, splayed toe. They led from the body to a blank wall, and stopped, as if the walker had simply melted into the concrete. Caitlin's logic finally met something that bent it. She stood in that cold room, her breath plumbing, staring at the footprints that ended at a solid wall. Her notebook hung at her side. "This is," she started, and didn't finish. The crime scene techs were silent, their cameras flashing like muted panic. That's when Jeff arrived. From a different agency, he said, though his badge was vague. Smooth, with a smile that never warmed his eyes. He was there to assist, to liaise. He immediately began to redirect. A prank, he suggested. An elaborate, sick hoax by persons unknown. He talked about experimental drones, about holographic projectors, about anything that would push the narrative back into the realm of the explainable. His presence was a solvent dissolving urgency into confusion. In her diary, Jeff is not an investigator. He is a containment unit in a suit. He speaks in plausible deniabilities. When he looks at the footprints, he doesn't see an impossibility. He sees a mess to be cleaned up. Caitlin is quiet. The wall she has run into is not made of brick, but of policy. I think she is starting to taste the metal in the air, too. We worked in the gaps, around Jeff, around Gilbert's scheduled cooperativeness. In a disused archive, behind a crate of moldering manuals, I found a folio labeled Project Thin Air. It wasn't official. It was a sheaf of handwritten notes, diagrams that made no sense, references to acoustic levitation and controlled photon decay. The scrawled objective, to render a subject optically and electronically undetectable through phased light cancellation. The final... Caitlin read it over my shoulder. I could feel her warmth, hear her shallow breath. This is just theory. Mad science. Is it? I pointed to a crude drawing. It wasn't a machine. It was a containment chamber, and inside was a rough sketch of something bipedal, spindly, with a large domed head. The artist had labeled it, not with a number but with a name. Gotchin. The hum in the bass changed that night. It wasn't the generators. It was a sub-audible vibration that started in the bones, a deep organic thrum that made the fillings in my teeth ache. The lights flickered, not out, but through colors that shouldn't exist. A brief, nauseating purple, a green so deep it felt black. The air in our temporary quarters grew icy, and in the corner by the locked door, the space began to shear. It was like watching reality itself develop a fault line. The wall, the floor, the air, they fractured into a shimmering mosaic, a billion panes of glass, each reflecting a different jagged piece of the room. And from within that cascading distortion, a shape unfolded. It was tall, its limbs too long, its movements a series of jerks and pauses, as if it was buffering. It had no face, just a smooth obsidian curve where a head should be, reflecting the fractured room back at us in a grotesque funhouse parrot. The hum concentrated into a sound, a dry, papery rustle that was also, unmistakably, a voice. It spoke in a language of clicks and whirs, but beneath it, like a carrier wave, I heard words. My own language, pulled from some deep, cold place. Diggers in the soft places, makers of hollow noise. You shine your little lights into the deep and wonder what shines back. Caitlin froze, a statue of pure, rational terror. The thing, the Abduction, the passenger from Project Thin Air, took a step. Its foot made no sound on the linoleum, but where it passed, the color drained from the world, leaving behind a brief afterimage in grainy monochrome. It was Jeff who saved us, or interrupted us. He burst through the door, not with a gun, but with a device that looked like an oversized tuning fork. He struck it, and it emitted a piercing crystalline tone that seemed to physically pain the creature. The distortion field wavered. The creature let out a shriek that was all radio static and shattered glass. And then it flowed, not ran, but poured like ink, up the wall and into the ventilation grate, vanishing. The room was just a room again. The hum was gone. Only the metallic taste remained, and the smell of ozone, and the utter, deafening silence of two shattered worldviews. Jeff lowered the device. His smoothness was gone, replaced by a grim, operational fatigue. "You saw a power surge," he said, his voice flat. "A combined electrical and HVAC malfunction. Hallucinations due to inhaled fluorocarbon leak from the cooling system. That is your report." Caitlin found her voice, a ragged thing. What was that?" "A malfunction," Jeff repeated, his eyes locking on hers, then on mine. "One that never happened. Project Thin Air was terminated. The subject was neutralized. This is residual, an echo. It will be handled. In her diary, we have a name now. Thin Air. We have a shape. We saw the passenger. Caitlin is sitting on her cot, staring at her hands. She hasn't spoken for hours. Her clean, logical world has a hole in it, and the wrong air is pouring through. Jeff's story is the official one. It is a perfect, airtight coffin for the truth. But the thing in the coffin is still breathing. We were pulled out the next morning. Our investigation was concluded. The official cause of the deaths was a rare, fast-acting fungal toxin released by contaminated air filtration systems, causing psychosis and self-inflicted wounds. The base was being sanitized. Gilbert shook our hands again, his pity now tinged with something like victory. "Told you it was the human element," he said. But the flint in his eyes said something else. "You poked the nest. Now go away." On the tarmac, under a sun so brutal it felt personal, Jeff saw us off. He handed me a sealed envelope. "For your personal files," he said. "A thank you for your discretion." Inside the plane, Caitlin stared out the window at the shrinking scar of Fort Halcyon. "I don't know what I know anymore," she whispered. I opened the envelope. It contained a single black and white photograph, grainy, from a security camera. It showed a laboratory. In the center was a transparent chamber, and inside the chamber, pressed against the glass, was a long, thin hand, with too many joints. And beside the chamber, smiling for the camera, holding a clipboard, was a young Colonel Gilbert. The date stamp was 6 months old. In her diary, the photograph is the truth. Jeff's story is the lie. But the lie is the thing that will be printed, filed, believed. The truth is a ghost, an echo in the thin places. Caitlin will likely bury this, rationalize it, build new walls. I cannot. I saw the world bend. I know it can bend. The passenger is still out there, an impossible creature born of our own arrogant science and an older, thinner reality. And the men who made it are writing the report that says it doesn't exist. The cover-up isn't just about hiding a thing. It's about denying the hole in the world. I will hold on to this photograph. I will taste the metal. I will listen for the hum in the quiet places. The story isn't over. It has just been classified. The epilogue came weeks later in a bland office in Washington. A man with a face you'd forget before he left the room, a higher authority than Jeff, offered me a seat, a coffee. He spoke softly, reasonably. "Agent Eduardo James, we've reviewed your supplemental notes. This gotcha. In this visual distortion, the stress of such an assignment, the strange environment, the tragic loss of life, it can play tricks on the mind, even the most seasoned professional. What you experienced was a collective trauma response, amplified by suggestion and local myth. The human brain." He smiled. It was the emptiest thing I've ever seen. I understood perfectly. The denial was the final piece of the conspiracy, more terrifying than the creature itself. It was the sound of the hole in the world being zipped up, seamlessly, from the inside. I nodded, said nothing. I took my coffee. I walked out into the bright, unwavering, solid day, carrying the silent, bending truth inside me, a passenger of my own. The coffee was terrible, bitter and stale. I drank it anyway. Standing on the sidewalk outside the anonymous federal building, the sun was bright, the traffic noise was deafening, and everything was relentlessly, aggressively normal. That was the point, of course. The world they demanded was a flat, well-lit surface with no cracks, no thin places. A world where the only monsters wore human faces and were dealt with through memos and appropriations committees. Caitlin took a long leave of absence. She cited stress, which was true, though not the whole truth. We met once, in a park. She looked tired, but calm. The clean room of her mind had been sanitized again, the impossible event filed under mass hallucination and sensory deprivation. She spoke of maybe moving to forensics, a quieter lane with more tangible evidence. I didn't show her the photograph. I just listened. When we parted, she hugged me. A quick, tight thing. "Take care of yourself, Eduardo," she said. "Don't get lost in the echoes." She walked away, back to a world that made sense. I envied her, and I pitied her in equal measure. I didn't get lost. I got quiet. I did my job, wrote my reports, attended the meetings. I became a model of subdued efficiency. But at night, in my apartment, I would take out the photograph. I bought a magnifying glass. I studied the grainy image of the chamber, the desperate hand, Gilbert's triumphant smile. I started reading, not the filed-away folklore, but the dry, technical journals. Astrophysics papers on quantum tunneling, declassified DARPA studies on metamaterials and light-bending psychiatric evaluations of remote viewing test subjects. I was looking for the language, the scaffolding they used to build the impossible, and then hide it. The metallic taste never fully left my mouth. It was a constant, low-level reminder, a phantom limb of the truth. I began to notice other things. A flicker of streetlight that seemed to freeze for a second too long. A patch of shadow in an alley that felt deeper than it should, that seemed to swallow sound. I would stop and wait and listen for the hum. It never came, not like it did at Halcyon, but the silence would sometimes feel charged, expectant. I knew I was being watched. Nada, obviously. Car that seemed familiar in the grocery store parking lot. A wrong number call where the caller hung up a beat too slowly. Jeff's agency, or some branch of it, was keeping tabs. They weren't worried about me causing a scene. They were monitoring for contamination, for signs that the crack was spreading. I was a canary in a coal mine that officially did not exist. Then the email arrived. It was from a dead domain. A string of numbers, routed through so many proxies. It was a miracle it landed in my spam folder at all. The subject line was blank. The body contained only a set of geographical coordinates and a time. 300. No message. No signature. It was the digital equivalent of a whisper in a dark room. I knew it was a trap. It was also the first real threat I'd seen since Nevada. I drove for 2 days, leaving my phone in a bus station locker in another state, paying for gas with cash from ATMs I'd never used before. The coordinates led to a stretch of national forest in Oregon, a place of dense pine and thick, muffling quiet. I arrived an hour early and waited, the cold seeping through my jacket. At exactly 3, a figure emerged from the trees. It wasn't Jeff. It was the corporal from Fort Halcyon, the one with the jumpy eyes. He looked older, thinner. The jumpiness hardened into a permanent, wary tension. He didn't offer his name. He just held out a small, sealed USB drive. "They're moving it," he said, his voice a dry rustle. The project wasn't terminated. It was relocated, upgraded. They call it broadcloth now. Gilbert's in charge. They're not just studying it anymore. They're trying to talk to it, to negotiate. I took the drive. It felt ice cold. "Why tell me?" "Because you saw it," he said, his eyes darting to the shadows between the trees. "You know it's real, and because some of us who were there, we hear it sometimes, in the static between stations, in the white noise of a fan. It's learning our language, and it's angry." He took a step back, melting towards the trees. "They think they're in control. They're not. They're just digging the hole deeper." He was gone. I stood there in the freezing dark, the USB drive burning a hole in my palm. The passenger wasn't an echo. It was evolving, and the men in charge were still smiling for the camera, convinced of their own mastery. I got back in my car, but I didn't start the engine. I just sat, watching my breath fog the windshield. The solid world outside seeming thinner, more fragile by the second. The story wasn't classified. It was accelerating. And I was the only one without a clearance, standing in the dark, holding a piece of the whole. The drive sat on my passenger seat for the 100-mile drive back to a motel I'd chosen at random. It was a cheap plastic thing, no markings, the kind sold in blister packs at gas stations. Its very anonymity screamed of authenticity. No professional would use something so flimsy for a disinformation campaign. This was a leak, pure and desperate. The motel room smelled of mildew and industrial cleaner. I used an old air-gapped laptop I kept for such possibilities, a relic with no wireless card. When I inserted the drive, a single folder appeared, labeled Broadcloth Iteration 7. It was not a report. It was a video log. The timestamp was recent, just 3 weeks old. The setting was a different lab, cleaner, more advanced than the one in the photograph. The same transparent chamber stood in the center, but now it was surrounded by banks of sleek equipment, humming softly. Inside the chamber was the Gotchin. It was more defined now, less a distortion and more a presence. Its long, spindly limbs were folded against its torso. The smooth obsidian head was tilted, as if listening. Around the chamber, Technicians in clean room suits moved with quiet efficiency. And there, in the foreground, stood Colonel Gilbert. He was older, his hair grayer, but the flinty triumph in his eyes had blossomed into something akin to zeal. "Audio interface test, log 19, Gilbert said, his voice crisp. "Subject demonstrates increased comprehension of basic English syntax. It responds to direct questions with a 70% accuracy rate, using modulated radio frequencies within the chamber. We have moved beyond simple observation. We are in dialogue." He turned to the chamber. "Subject, identify primary direct." A moment of silence, filled only by the hum of machines. Then, a sound emerged from the chamber's speakers, a cascade of clicks and whirs that resolved, unnervingly, into a synthesized voice. It was flat, toneless, and utterly cold. "Directive. Soften the places. Make the world pliable." Gilbert smiled, a tight, satisfied grin. "And what is your method?" "Resonance, the hum that unties knots. The frequency that separates. Layers. And what do you require to continue?" The creature's head rotated slightly. Its featureless face seemed to fix on Gilbert. "More space. The chamber is a throat. I cannot speak fully." "Understood," Gilbert said, nodding as if to a colleague. "We are preparing a larger environment, a controlled expansion. Your cooperation is noted." The log ended. The next file was an audio recording only. It was filled with static, but beneath the hiss, I could hear the Gotchan's voice, less synthesized now, more fluid, as if it was learning to shape the static itself. "You are small diggers. You make hollow noises and call them words. You shine your lights and think you see. You do not see the depths. You only scratch the surface of the dark. I will show you the depths. I will take you to the places between the places." Then, a different voice, shaky, whispering. One of the technicians. "Sir, the resonance is affecting the local gravity field. Readings are off the scale. It's not just talking. It's praying or broadcasting. We don't know what it's calling. We don't know what it's calling." Gilbert's voice, dismissive. "Maintain the damping field. It's testing parameters. That's all." The final file was a security feed, black and white, dated just a week ago. It showed a hallway outside the lab. A technician was leaving, removing his clean suit hood. He looked drained, terrified. As he passed a junction of two corridors, the lights flickered. The shadow in the corner of the hallway deepened, pooled, and then stretched. A long, thin shape peeled itself from the darkness, just for an instant, a reflection in still water. The technician froze, his eyes wide. He didn't scream. He simply turned and walked back toward the lab, his movements stiff, robotic. The shape in the shadow dissolved. The feed cut. I leaned back in the creaking motel chair. The hum was in my head now, a memory made real by fear. Gilbert wasn't containing a specimen. He was feeding it. He was giving it a vocabulary, an understanding of our world, in the vain hope of harnessing it. The Gotchan wasn't negotiating. It was using them. It needed their technology, their power, to soften the places, to make our reality more like its own. The corporal was right. They were digging the hole deeper, and they were doing it with the creature's instructions. Project Broadcloth wasn't a study. It was a collaboration with the thing in the dark, a partnership where only one side understood the true stakes. I ejected the drive and sat in the dark room. The metallic taste was so strong it coated my tongue. I had proof now more than a photograph. I had their own records. But who could I tell? Jeff's agency would simply confiscate it and disappear me. The press would see a manipulated horror movie. Caitlin would see a breakdown. I was alone with the truth, that was growing, evolving, becoming more dangerous by the day. The passenger wasn't just out there. It was in the lab, learning, planning, using the arrogance of men like Gilbert as a tool. And soon, it would ask for more space, and they would give it to it. I put the drive in a small, lead-lined bag I'd brought for this purpose. The silence of the motel room was no longer empty. It was listening. I could feel it. The story was accelerating, and I was no longer just a witness. I was the only one who knew the destination. I had to find a way to shut it down, to seal the hole they were so eagerly widening. But first, I had to find where they had moved it. I had to find broadcloth. The lead-lined bag went into a hidden compartment I'd built into the car's frame years ago. A habit from a different life. The motel key I left on the dresser. I drove through the night, not sleeping. The video log playing on a loop in my mind. Gilbert's smug certainty. The Gotchan's cold, synthesized voice. Soften the places. I needed a starting point. They would need isolation, power, and secrecy. Not a desert base again. Too obvious, too linked to the past failure. Somewhere with a plausible cover, somewhere private. I thought of the corporations that had sprung up around the old defense contracts. Private research firms with sprawling, gated campuses. The kind of place where broadcloth could sound like a next-generation fabric or a software suite. It took 3 weeks of careful, tedious digging. I called in favors from the gray world. People who traded in secrets and knew how to look without being seen. I posed as a journalist writing about cutting-edge materials science. The name broadcloth yielded nothing, but a whisper came back. A rumor about a sudden massive power grid upgrade to a decommissioned semiconductor plant in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. The purchase was made by a shell company, which was owned by another shell company, but the trail of signatures, expertly buried, had a familiar architectural style. It was Jeff's handiwork. The cover was always airtight. I flew to Philadelphia, rented a car with cash, and drove into the vast, sandy forests. The plant was exactly where my source said it would be. A windowless, monolithic building the color of dried clay, surrounded by a double fence topped with razor wire. New transformers hummed behind the perimeter. The air smelled of pine and, faintly, of ozone. This was not a place to walk up to the front gate. I found a fire watchtower on a nearby ridge, abandoned for the season. I hiked up at dusk with binoculars and a long lens. I watched the shift change. The personnel wore no logos, but their bearing was military. I saw a familiar face, one of the technicians from the video log, looking even more haggard, lighting a cigarette with trembling hands before being ushered into a van. And then, just after full dark, I saw the lights. Not the security floods, but a faint, pulsing indigo glow that emanated from the roof vents of the main building. It throbbed in a slow, deliberate rhythm. With each pulse, the shadows around the compound seemed to thicken and writhe, just for an instant, like ink dropped in water. The hum wasn't audible from this distance, but I felt a corresponding vibration in the watchtower's wooden railing, a subsonic tremor moving through the earth itself. They had given it more space, and it was practicing. I lowered the binoculars, my hands cold. This was it. The scale was terrifying. This was no longer a contained experiment. They had built it, a temple. As I prepared to climb down, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Not at the compound, but in the woods below my position. A dark figure stood between the pines, looking up at the watchtower. It was too far to see features, but the posture was alert, watching. I froze, becoming part of the tower's shadow. After a long minute, the figure turned and melted into the forest, silent as smoke. It wasn't security. Security would have challenged me. It was someone else watching. The corporal. Another leak? Or something else? drawn to the pulsing light like a moth. I waited an hour in the cold dark before descending, every sense screaming. The woods were too quiet. The normal sounds of night creatures were absent, hushed by the low, pervasive vibration. Back at my car, I found a small, smooth stone placed on the driver's seat. It was cold to the touch, and slightly damp, though it hadn't rained. On it, a single word was scratched, as if by a frantic fingernail. Soon. The passenger wasn't just in the lab. Its influence was leaking, seeping into the land, calling to things. And someone, or something, was warning me. The timeline had just collapsed. I started the car, the stone a heavy weight in my pocket. I couldn't just observe anymore. I had to get inside. I had to see what they had built, and I had to break it. Before the Gotchin finished its prayer, and all the places went soft forever. The drive back to the cheap room I'd taken in a nearby town was a blur of dark road and darker thoughts. The stone in my pocket felt like a piece of a tomb. Soon, a warning or a promise. The figure in the woods, had it been human? The stillness of the forest suggested otherwise. The Gotchin's call was going out, and things were beginning to listen. I needed a plan, but plans require resources, allies, time. I had none of those. I had a car, a bag of illicit evidence, and a profound certainty that I was already too late. The indigo pulse replayed behind my eyes. They weren't just studying resonance. They were amplifying it, broadcasting it. Broadcloth was a transmitter. Sleep was impossible. The air in the rented room felt thick, resistant. I lay on the stiff bed and stared at the water-stained ceiling, tracing patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light from the parking lot. A faint, almost imperceptible vibration came up through the floorboards. It was in the walls. It was in the bones of this place. The softening had already begun here, at the edges. By morning, I had discarded a dozen reckless ideas. Storming the fence was suicide. Contacting the authorities was a joke. I needed to understand their routine, their vulnerability. I needed to see the human element, the cracks in their devotion. The terrified technician was a crack. For 2 days, I watched. I used different vantage points, different disguises. A bird watcher, a lost hiker. I noted the delivery trucks, the shift changes, the patterns of the patrols. The compound was a fortress, but fortresses need to eat. A catering van arrived every evening at 6, from a local diner called the Pine Cup. The next evening, I was in the diner's parking lot, watching the van load up. The driver was a large, bored-looking man. An opportunity presented itself when he went back inside for a forgotten thermos. It was the work of a moment to slip the latch on the rear doors and hide myself among the stainless steel food carriers, pulling a tarp over my body. The smell of gravy and steamed vegetables was overwhelming. The ride was short. I felt the van stop, heard the gates open. Then the rumble of the van moving inside a large space, the sound echoing. The engine cut. Doors slammed. I waited, counting seconds, listening to the distant, ever-present hum that was louder here. A physical pressure in my ears. When the coast sounded clear, I slipped out. I was in a loading bay, adjacent to a large, industrial kitchen. The air was cold and smelled of concrete and ozone. I stole a technician's white coat from a laundry cart and a key card left on a clipboard. The card had a low clearance, but it might get me through interior doors. The hallways were wide, lit with harsh fluorescent lights that flickered with a rhythmic inconsistency, sensing with the deep, subsonic pulse. I walked with my head down, trying to look both purposeful and insignificant. The few people I passed moved with a hollow-eyed focus. No one made eye contact. The place had the atmosphere of a monastery devoted to a terrible god. I followed signs for utility access, hoping to find a central conduit, a way to see the heart without walking into the main lab. A stairwell led down into a sub-level, a maze of piping and electrical conduits. The hum was louder here, vibrating in my teeth, and then I heard voices, echoing from a grated vent overhead. I recognized Gilbert's voice, tight with controlled excitement. Phase 3, tonight. The damping field will be selectively lowered in Sector G. We will finally observe an unmediated spatial translation. A calmer, older voice replied, a scientist. Sir, the harmonic feedback from the last test nearly collapsed the null space in Lab 2. We are extrapolating from a sample size of 1. Its understanding of our physics is interpretive. Its understanding is superior, Doctor, Gilbert snapped. It sees the seams. Tonight, we see them too. Proceed. Their footsteps receded. I stood frozen in the buzzing semi-dark. Tonight, dense. They were going to give it a doorway here, inside the facility. They thought they could control the aperture. I had to move. I needed to see Sector G. I followed the largest bundle of cables, a thick snake of conduit that throbbed with energy. It led to a heavy, unmarked door. My stolen keycard sparked a green light. The door hissed open. I was on a narrow catwalk overlooking a cavernous space. Below was the new chamber. It was not a box. It was a sphere, at least 50 feet in diameter, suspended in a web of glowing struts. Inside, the Gotchin hung in the center, no longer folded but extended, its limbs splayed like a starfish. Its obsidian surface drank the light, except for where the indigo pulse originated from its core, washing over the interior in waves. Around the sphere, technicians worked at consoles. And there, on a central platform, stood Gilbert, arms crossed, a small, proud smile on his face. A siren blared once, a short, sharp warning. Damping field to 40%, a voice announced. Initiating special resonance. The hum deepened, dropping into a register that made my vision blur. The sphere seemed to waver, like a heat mirage. The air inside it began to swirl with dark smoke, and within the smoke, shapes moved. Not just the Gotchin. Other things, long and jointed, swimming in the manufactured night of the sphere. The Gotchin's head rotated. It wasn't looking at Gilbert. It was looking up, directly at me, on the catwalk. A synthesized voice, now rich and horribly fluid, filled the chamber, echoing from every speaker. You are here. Good. You will see. You will all see the true shape of things. Gilbert's smile faltered. Subject. Direct your communication to the control platform. I speak to the listener, the voice intoned. The one who carries the silence. He will carry the truth outward when the walls become curtains. Alarms began to shriek. Readings on consoles spiked into the red. Sir, the resonance is feedback looping. We're losing containment. The sphere's surface shimmered, became insubstantial. The things inside pressed against the weakening boundary. The Gotchin extended a single needle-like limb towards the chamber wall. Where it touched, the material didn't break. It simply parted, like a film of oil on water. It's not trying to escape, I whispered, the truth crashing into me. It's trying to let the others in. Then. Gilbert finally understood. Full damping now, he screamed. But it was too late. The Gotchin's limb swept downward in a graceful, terrible arc. The sphere didn't explode. It unfolded. The space within it and the space of the lab ceased to be separate. The catwalk beneath me lurched. The walls of the cavern seemed to stretch, the geometry turning fluid and dreamlike. The technicians screamed as the things from the smoke flowed out, not into the lab, but into the very substance of it, merging with the shadows, with the corners, with the air itself. I stumbled back, clutching the railing that now felt like soft clay. The Gotchin remained at the center of the unfolding impossibility, a conductor of chaos. Its voice boomed, calm and final. See? The world is soft, and I am the needle. I turned and ran, the world bending around me, the screams fading into a distorted, echoing hum. The hole wasn't just deeper. It was everywhere, and I was inside it. The hallway outside the chamber was a funhouse mirror of itself. The floor rippled under my boots. The fluorescent lights stretched into glowing filaments before snapping back, leaving after edges of impossible geometries. The air had a texture now, a resistant thickness like wading through oil. The screams from the lab were muffled, distorted, as if heard through layers of wool and water. My only thought was up, out, down. The stairwell to the loading bay was where I'd left it, but the door was wrong. It was half melted, the metal flowing like wax, the keypad a smear of plastic and light. I shoved my shoulder against it and it gave way with a sick, soft tearing sound. The stairs were worse. They seemed to recede downward forever, a spiraling descent into a deepening violet haze. I gripped the railing, which felt warm and porous, and forced myself to climb. Each step was a battle of perception. My foot would land on solid concrete, but the sensation was of sinking into something granular and cold. The hum was no longer a sound. It was a solid state of being, a pressure in the marrow of my bones. I reached the loading bay level. The large roll-up door to the outside world was shut. The normal control panel was a mess of pulsating, organic-looking nodules. I could see the night sky through a small, wire-reinforced window in the door. A slice of clean, sharp, normal darkness. It was the only real thing left. A figure stepped from behind a pallet of supplies. It was the technician from the video, the one with the trembling hands. His eyes were wide, unblinking, reflecting the indigo pulse that now flashed irregularly from the walls themselves. He wasn't terrified anymore. He was empty. It's better, he whispered. His voice, a dry rustle. Softer, no more edges. He said you'd run. He said to thank you for listening. It made the signal stronger. He took a step toward me. In his hand was not a weapon, but a large industrial flashlight. He clicked it on. The beam didn't cut the gloom. It bent, spreading into a diffuse, useless glow that illuminated swirling motes of darkness in the air. I backed away toward the kitchen doors. The technician advanced, a serene smile on his face. You can stay. You can be smooth, too. I hit the swinging doors and stumbled into the kitchen. The stainless steel surfaces were dull, clouded as if with a creeping mold. The giant ovens hummed with the same wrong frequency. I grabbed a heavy cast iron skillet from a rack. It felt reassuringly, defiantly solid and heavy. He followed me in, the bent light sweeping across the floor. It's easier if you don't fight, he crooned. I didn't speak. Language felt like a hollow noise here. I threw a metal bowl at his head. He flinched, and in that second I swung the skillet. It connected with his shoulder with a solid, satisfying thud. He cried out, a human sound of pain, and the flashlight clattered to the floor, its beam spinning. The darkness rushed in to fill the space where the light had been. I didn't wait. I ran for the rear service entrance, a simple fire door with a push bar. I hit it at full speed. It burst open with a crash, and I spilled out into the cool, pine-scented night. The relief was instantaneous, but short-lived. The air outside was clean, but the ground was not. The vibration was in the earth. The double fence around the compound shimmered, the razor wire at the top seeming to ripple like seaweed in a current. From the main building, a column of that same indigo light now pulsed skyward, not through the vents, but through the roof itself, which appeared translucent, revealing swirling, non-Euclidean shapes within. Alarms were blaring, but they sounded distant, unimportant. I saw figures running, not towards the breach, but away from the building, collapsing to their knees, clutching their heads. I sprinted for the tree line, my car a forgotten plan. The woods were alive with wrongness. Shadows moved against the wind. Trees seemed to shift their positions when I looked at them from the corner of my eye. The stone in my pocket felt like a burning coal. I ran until my lungs screamed, following no path, driven only by the need to put distance between myself and that column of light. I fell, tripping over a root that felt like a sinewy hand. I lay in the damp pine needles, gasping, the world spinning. After a time, the violent distortion receded. The trees settled. The hum faded back to a faint, almost imaginary tremor. I sat up. I was deep in the barrens. The compound's lights were a faint glow to the east. They had not expanded. The unfolding had been contained for now. The Gotchin had shown them a glimpse, a taste of the softness, a demonstration of power. It had done exactly what it wanted. I pulled the stone from my pocket. Soon, the warning was past. It was now. I got to my feet, orienting myself. They would lock the place down. They would try to rationalize what happened. Call it a contained anomaly, a necessary lesson. Gilbert would spin it. But the crack had widened. The passenger had more than a seat. It had the controls. I started walking west, toward the distant highway. I had failed to break it, but I had seen its face. I had heard its voice, and I had the drive. The truth was no longer a theory. It was a living, spreading stain. I had to get the evidence to someone who could not be silenced, who could not be rationalized. I needed to find the others who were listening, the ones who left stones on car seats. The story was out of the lab, and it was my job to tell it before the world itself went quiet and soft and still. The highway was a scar of normalcy under the cold stars. I hitched a ride with a trucker hauling poultry, the cab reeking of feathers and diesel. He talked about football and his ex-wife. I nodded. The words like stones dropped into the churning well of my mind. He dropped me at a 24-hour gas station outside of town I didn't catch. I used the payphone, my fingers clumsy, and called the only number I had left, a burner line for a journalist who had once chased whispers of a place called Broadcloth. The voicemail clicked on. I spoke 5 words. The hole is open, Stonewall. A code we'd never expected to use. I bought a coffee I couldn't drink and walked into the night, following the road. The stone in my pocket was my only compass. Found an hotel, paid cash for a room that smelled of mildew and bleach, and spread the contents of my bag on the scratchy bedspread. The drive, the photos, my notes, the evidence of a conspiracy was now evidence of an invasion. I had won, from the inside out. Sleep took me like a blow. I dreamed of the sphere unfolding, not in a lab, but in my own chest. And from it poured not alien shapes, but memories. My childhood home, my first car, a lover's face, all rendered in that shifting, non-Euclidean geometry, all soft and meaningless. I woke to a pounding on the door. Sunlight sliced through the blinds. My hand went to the skillet, still in my bag, before I recognized the rhythm. 2 slow, 3 fast. I opened the door. A woman stood there, older than I expected, with a sharp, weathered face and eyes that missed nothing. She wore a park ranger's uniform, but it didn't fit her. "Stonewall," she said, not a question. "I'm Maya. Let's go. Your car's been found. They're sweeping the area." I gathered my things in 10 seconds. Her vehicle was an unremarkable sedan, parked behind the motel. We pulled onto a service road that wound into the hills. "You saw it," she said, her voice flat. "I was inside when it happened." She glanced at me, a flicker of something, pity, respect, in her gaze. "Then you know it's not about containing it anymore. It's about damage control. For them, they'll scrub the site, disperse the personnel, release a story about a chemical spill, and they'll hunt you. You're the only external witness who was proximal to a full breach. The technician, others saw. They're already changed. They'll be part of the new protocol, or they'll vanish. She drove in silence for a mile. The stone was ours. A precaution. We've been watching the Watchers. We knew someone new was on the perimeter. We didn't know if you were theirs or something else. The figure in the woods. She nodded. He marked you. The stone was a test. Your reaction going in confirmed you weren't aligned. It also accelerated the timeline. Your presence agitated it. The gotcha knew it had an audience beyond Gilbert. Guilt, cold and sharp, joined the fear in my gut. So I triggered it. No, you were a catalyst. It was ready. It's been ready. Gilbert just built it a louder microphone. She turned onto a dirt track leading to a secluded cabin. We're here, for now. The cabin was sparse, a safe house. Maps were pinned to the walls, not of the area, but of geological survey charts and ley line conjectures. There were others. A quiet man named Leo studying frequency printouts. A younger woman, Anya, who nervously disassembled and reassembled a radio. This is the listening post, Maya said. We don't stop them. We can't. We track the spread. Leo spoke without looking up. The resonance spike from last night was off the scale, but it didn't propagate like a wave. It seeded, points of softening 10 miles out, aligning with subterranean water. It's used in the landscape. Anya looked at me, her eyes haunted. It talked to you. What did it say? I repeated the words. You will carry the truth outward when the walls become curtains. Maya poured bitter coffee into a chipped mug. It wants the story told. That's the paradox. It needs the fear, the belief, the attention. It feeds on the conceptual breach. Every person who knows, who truthful breach. Every person who knows. You're not just a witness. You're a vector. The weight of it settled on me, colder than the stone. My flight, my determination to expose the truth, was that my own will? Or was it following a script the Gotchan had written for me? Was I carrying the truth, or was I the infection itself? I have to do something, I said, my voice hollow. You are, Maya said. You're remembering. You're staying coherent. That's the first fight. Most people, when they see their minds smudge, they become like your technician. You're holding your shape. That makes you dangerous to it. A story that refuses to blur is a problem. She handed me a fresh notebook. Write everything, every detail, not as a report, as a narrative. Anchor it in reality. Names, dates, smells, the feel of the railing, solid things. We'll get it out, piece by piece. To others who are still hard. It's not a bomb. It's an antibody. I took the notebook. The first page was blank. I thought of the column of light, the bending stairs, the serene smile of the lost technician. I picked up a pen. I began to write. It started with the pulse, the slow, deliberate rhythm. I wrote not to warn the world, but to fix myself within it, to build a wall of words against the softening dark. Outside, the sun shone on the pines, but the air carried a faint, persistent tremor, a whisper in the foundation of things. The story was out, and it was just beginning to write itself.